everything that's happening, we don't want to add something else. Whoever said that at the back there, okay. All right, good. Keep that energy. Okay. Now, to kick things off, before we get to the main agenda for today, we'd like to have some bit of icebreakers and just some intro into today to kind of get the room's energy up. Please allow me to call on stage Philip Ayazika to kick things off with something pretty interesting before we get into today's agenda. Please just round of applause for today. I'll be back.
Good morning. How are we? Day 2 is here. Thank you for an amazing day 1. I hope you did get value out of it. As a team, of course, we did meet and said that was a success. I wonder if it was on your end. But thank you so much for being with us. We are still waiting for extra people, a bit more people. But we thought we'd start with an activity. We do have this. Has anyone played our new game called Where's My Data? For those that were at the Africa Internet Governance Forum in Abuja, Nigeria last year, and those that joined the FIFA Africa last year in Dar es Salaam. FIFA is not the football thing. FIFA is Forum on Internet Freedom in Africa. It's organized by our partner CPESA. So those that were in Dar es Salaam, I think you must have been part of the team that tested out these games. So as you know, as an organization, we have set out ourselves to speak to the actual populations that we do work with. Now, many of you that are coming into this space for the first time, because again, we keep bringing in people that are coming from other sectors because that's an interest we have. Otherwise, we keep talking to ourselves. So we keep bringing in people from other sectors to come into our spaces, but also we make efforts to go into their spaces. Now, many of you, I'm sure you've heard words in the different sessions that we had yesterday that are very big and ambiguous and scary. You know, the people that I work with, and I keep telling people, me, I'm a teacher. I'm a business teacher. I'm supposed to be teaching economics and entrepreneurship in high school. That's what I studied. But I'm here doing this work. Now, a couple of years ago, we did a research where we're trying to map out who are the digital rights practitioners, who is doing this work. And surprisingly, we noticed that many of the people doing this work don't have technical backgrounds. And that's not a problem. But we are saying who is in the space. And so we set ourselves, because we noticed that there's quite some people that have done software engineering and all those technical courses that are in the space. But we do have lawyers that are only trying to make their way into the space. We do have teachers, we do have creatives, we do have researchers that are trying to understand what is this AI thing that we're talking about, what is digital rights, what is data governance. So as an organization, we've set out ourselves to localize data and digital rights. Okay? And I know many of us talk about localization. It's a journey that all of us are trying to figure out. And for those that joined our session with APC last evening, I was with Chennai, David from Wognet. We're talking about also how do we make research work for our populations as Africans. And these are continuing conversations. Anyway, as many of you know, we do use some what most people might call unconventional ways to put out information, but also to make sure that people understand what we do. If you've read up most of our reports, we keep saying that as an organization, our work focuses on supporting Africans to take back control of their data and to reimagine new ways of technology ownership. Now, what taking back control of your data means being in position to understand what is even data to begin with, what are the data leakage points that I do have. Beyond COVID, we noticed that there's a lot of ways that our data leaks, okay? You move out of the house, you're going to a bank, you're writing a book, you're going to somewhere to a bar or something, a restaurant, sometimes you're supposed to write in a book. Of course, they were saying that they were tracing COVID cases, but as an individual, do you have control? Can you tell where to leave your data and where not to leave it? And we keep talking to people about anonymization of themselves, having pseudo phone numbers, especially women when we're doing these feminist trainings. We say as a woman, and the reality that we live in, you cannot keep leaving your personal phone number, your real phone number everywhere. So we've developed games over time, like Choose Your Own Fake News, which is a game that people can play to learn about misinformation and disinformation. It has case studies on election misinformation, vaccine misinformation, and of course we keep updating it now with AI misinformation and all these things. So by playing this game, and you can just Google it. It is, when you go to www.chooseyourownfakenews, you should be able to play that game with your children, with your mother, who you're not going to give a report to read about misinformation. But then we know that they're the ones that keep forwarding those messages in the family WhatsApp group. And of course they mean well, they don't mean bad. But they do not know that they're spreading misinformation. These are games that you can play with them in a fun way. So we're trying to see how do we make learning about digital fun. Seeing that many of the people that we survive in and many of the populations that we're trying to work for don't have an opportunity to go into a room like this and have a training on digital security or data protection. So there's that one game. There's a game that we do have called Digital Safety. Now the tea is a tea that you drink, so digital safety. So when you Google it, digital safety, the idea is that when you're back at home, you could sip a cup of tea while learning about digital security. And you don't have to, again, read the reports, the many reports that we write and the many curriculums that we have. So we've gone on and on, but of course we kept asking ourselves, how about for people that do not have smartphones? So we've come up with a game called Where's My Data? When you read on the cover, it says towards a user-centric data ecosystem. Now, most of us here are data subjects, okay? Whereas we do collect data, but as an individual, you're data subject. Your data is being collected, it is being used by big tech organizations, by civil society organizations. But how do you reclaim control over your data? Are you in position to even ask questions when your data is being collected? You know, sometimes I challenge people and tell them, and I don't mean to be hard, but if I find a security person at the gate, because we're supposed to impact, communicate responsibility. Sometimes you ask this person, okay, you're collecting this data, you have this big blue book, but do you guys even have a data protection policy as an organization? Are you trained as a data protection officer or handler, okay? Or do you think that when this book gets full, because the organization that you work for won't hold you accountable, you can sell this data? Because, come to think of it, where do all these guys that keep bombarding us with funny messages get our information? So we know that the data, that my data is valuable, okay? That someone could literally buy my phone number and my name and use it for telemarketing. So it's only right that I do get some benefit out of it. So what we've done, we've created this game called Where's My Data? It's a question that we're all supposed to be asking. Where's my data going? Where's my data? Who am I giving my data to? The idea is that you can play this game. Many of you have played Matatu. Those are the card games. I don't know. That's Matatu. That's the word, right? Many of you have played Matatu. Now, this game, you could also play it that same format. With your family, at work. Many of you do trainings on data protection and data governance. We need to move beyond slides. Okay? If you're talking about some of these things. And as an organization, we've challenged ourselves that to keep doing trainings on data protection. But even you as a trainer, you get tired and you're like, this is not working, okay? We can only do so much. So we need to get creative. So this is, quote unquote, an open source game that we've created. A few of you in the room are going to have a chance to get copies of this at the registration table, but you need to work for it. Anyway, these are very soon going to be on sale at a very, very small price. Guys, we need to make the money also. We don't have that much. So please forgive us. I know we work for the people, but... Anyway, so how is it played? So you do have two sides. There's a card in here that has instructions, but you can play it in rounds with your team members, over lunch, anywhere that you prefer. So there's a challenge. On the white side, there's a challenge. There's a data challenge. For example, this is about data erasure. It says you've decided to sell your old smartphone to upgrade to a new model. Before selling it, you want to ensure that all your data is properly erased to prevent any potential data breaches, okay? And then they ask you, what action do you take? So there's 3 actions. One is saying quickly delete your personal files and apps. Option B says use the device's built-in factory reset option to erase all data. Option C is saying log out from your apps and sell the device. Now who can tell me what the right answer is? Let me come again. So, data erasure. You've decided to sell your old smartphone to upgrade to a new model. Before selling it, you want to ensure that all your data is properly erased to prevent any potential data breaches. Option 1, what do you do? Quickly delete your personal files and apps. Option 2, Use the device's inbuilt factory reset option to erase all data. Option C, log out from all your apps and sell the device. George, I need 1 more minute, and I wrap up. Now, there's also cards that you'll find. So the answer is behind. So every time you get so they're supposed to be played in this format, and then the challenge is raised, so you choose the right option, then you turn around and see if the right answer you've chosen is right, then you earn 2 points. So you play it just like any other thing. So you keep grading who is taking lead. The idea that is you're supposed to be able to navigate the challenges of data privacy and data protection in the world to get to the end. Now, there's cards that like this that you will pick and you'll definitely either gain 2 points or lose 2 points. Now, this card it doesn't have options. It's just a fact. This card says data leak. You accidentally share sensitive information with the wrong recipient. You lose 2 points. The lesson for this is every exercise caution when sharing information to prevent unintended data leaks. Okay, I'm going to do one more and then close this. Bobina, am I on time? Okay. Data minimization. For those that know the principles of data protection, we know that data minimization is one of the principles, right? And as organizations that do collect data, we are charged with not collecting data that we do not need, okay? As a civil society organization, there's no reason, unless you're working on probably livelihoods or something, but if you're walking into this room for DataFest and policy was asking for your grandmother's email or how many children you have, of course, we might want emergency contact. But if someone is asking for that funny information and you feel like they're asking for too much, as a data subject, you should be able to ask questions. But also, it's your right to say no. Okay? So you just can't give out all the information. If someone is asking you how much do you earn, where do you stay? Because come to think of it, if I know where you stay, what your name is, your phone number, and how many children you have, and where you work, and I literally own you, I could do anything. No? No? So data minimization, you are signing up for a new online shopping platform to purchase clothing. Ladies, listen. And accessories. During the registration process, the platform asks various details, including your name, email address, phone number, date of birth, and your preferred payment methods. What action do you take? Provide all the requested information, including optional details. Provide only the required information for account creation. Refuse to provide any personal information due to privacy concerns. Now, some of these options could all be right, but there's definitely the best option that you could take. What do you do? Second one? Guys, so I'm not going to go through all the options, but I'm just going to be asking questions. Data breach. Data breach, you receive an email notification from a popular online store where you've shopped before. The email says that their database has been breached and some customer data may have been compromised, including all email addresses and hash passwords. The email advises you to change your password immediately by clicking on the link provided. What do you do? Click the link and change the password as instructed. Ignore the email, assuming it's a phishing attempt. Visit the online store's official website directly, not through the link, and change your password. Okay, so I don't want to take up so much time, so I'm just going to be giving out this. For anyone that tells me one best practice on managing your data, your personal data, I'll take hands. Yes? Pardon? Please explain that.
People leave too much information,
Mm-hmm.
too much redundant information in different sites.
Mm-hmm.
And when they do it
Now, are you talking about third-party sign-in? I would advise against it. What does third-party sign-in mean? That every time they ask you to sign into Facebook, you say, sign in with my Facebook, or sign in with my email, or sign in with this. Now you're giving a third-party application access to your data. Now what does that mean? Many of you, if you go to a website called Have I Been Pwned, there's a website called Have I Been Pwned. Pwned is P-W-N-E-D. And you put in your email. For many of you that use your emails to sign up for different platforms, if that different platform is breached, it means they have access to your data. Because every time they say, give access to this platform, to your email, because they're saying they will access all your contacts, they'll access this. So it means you're giving them access. So I would advise against third-party sign-in, but thank you. Anyone? What is phishing? What is phishing? P-H-I-S-H-I-N-G, phishing. What is phishing? So KFC is making 100 years. Click here to win a bucket of KFC. iPhone is making 2,000 years. Click here and win iPhone 16. That is phishing. Anyone else care to explain another concept? I'm not going to ask. Yes, at the back. Engineering, yes.
Yeah, so social engineering is where somebody calls you and they want to get your details. They're telling you you have logged into this website, you are participating in this thing, you have won this how much, whatever. So they are giving information in terms of that. Or somebody is calling you, the main hospital, and they are telling you that, yes, we are calling you from Aga Khan. You have been a patient here, but you have never been even there before. Or if you have, but they are giving you details that relates to that. So that's social engineering, something that community people do a lot, where they call you and they tell you your child has been gotten an accident, has been taken to this hospital, send 10,000, we start the treatment and things like that.
Thank you for explaining that concept. Last one. I have one last card to give out. Darren, I'm not going to choose you. Darren and Jimmy, no. Eric, no. Yes, please. Please get the microphone to her.
Sound to explain, just talk about anything, right?
Yes.
Okay.
No, not yet. Is it lighting?
Yes, it is.
Yes, go for it.
So actually, I'd like to talk about.
Please, what's your name? Where are you from?
Oh, sorry. I am Gege Majori from Cameroon. Co-founder of DataFest Africa, and also assistant interim youth coordinator of Youth IGF Cameroon, and also here under Protege QV. And what I want to talk about is actually in relation to all what we've been talking about, data and innovation, since from yesterday. And it's an approach that I developed, the CIIA, contextualized, integrated approach. So it's like a holistic approach on problem solving that actually considers data from the roots. So contextualized is actually going to the roots and bringing the problem from where it is coming from, whether a village or a country or women or children. And contextualized inclusive is bringing all those people in those villages together, maybe their chiefs or the parents, blacksmiths, whoever, those masons, carpentry. So you include everyone, not leaving out any member of the community where you've identified, being part of the table where they have to devise these solutions. And integrated is now actually the multi-stakeholders, like those who actually have to bring solutions or propose innovations that may not necessarily need to be members of the community. So competencies or qualifications to to provide solutions for themselves. So that is a contextualized, inclusive, integrated approach. So we actually get to provide solutions based on communities' data and participation. They may as well provide information of the kind of solutions that will resonate with them, that they could easily apply. So that is
Thank you,
what I
Gege.
wanted to say.
I'll
Thank you.
definitely want to hear more about that.
Yeah.
But also anyone that is interested should come to you.
Sure.
Now,
Thank you.
as I close, so this is yours. As I close, I wanted to just mention that we have just a few cards left. First come, first serve. Please don't fight at the table. No, they are at the table, at the registration table. Ideally, I think all of you should be able to get, so no pressure. But moving forward, they will be for sale. That I tell you. Are going to be for sale. We need to make some money, guys. Anyway, if you're using a product for free, if you're using a product for free, you're the product. I don't know if that makes sense. If you're using Facebook or Twitter or something, an application for free, you're literally the product. So it is important that you move with caution, okay? You need to be conscious of where you put your data, how much data you're giving out, because you're moving into a datafied world, that every single search that you make is literally data that is giving power to the big tech organizations to make the money out of your data, and you're not getting any benefit out of it, but this could literally go wrong. So that is the whole point of the Where's My Data game. Towards break, all of you will have an opportunity to at least get one card. Thank you so much.
Right, thank you very much. How many of you went to the wellness room yesterday? Relaxing, isn't it? Super relaxing. So if you feel like at any one point, as we said yesterday, that the conversations get too much, or you just need to unwind, or you're done with listening to people speak, just go into the room, relax, have some herbal tea, color, draw, everything is in there. So please just feel free. And then you don't have to worry too much about who to ask questions. Anyone in the this color? Orange? What's this? Orange, right? Yeah? Orange? Yeah, some of the men are like, blue? Those are the ones to ask. So please just feel free if in case you need to know where anything is. And we've been hearing the innovators speak to a few of us. So if you'd like to engage, I know they'll come and speak right before we go for lunch, but there's a lot of innovation and conversations happening around some different things we've not seen the last few years, and the innovators have been showcasing at the courtyard. So just feel free as well to interact with them. Yesterday we had the opening addresses before we got to the discussions. Today we start off with the discussions. First things first, to talk about the power of gender data in Afrofeminist data futures, and uncovering the potential for meaningful change, of course, with the very interesting celebration. Please allow me to call the host for this particular session, Maureen Kasuku, the co-founder of Feminist Conversations Kenya. Maureen, please join us. The speakers, Irene Mwendwa, Executive Director for Policy. Irene, Jessica Horn, Regional Director, Ford Foundation, and Chennai Chair, Lead Africa Innovation Mradi, and My Data Rights Founder for Africa. Warm round of applause, please. Maureen, your biggest op. See, I could also be a Gen Z. Your biggest op will be Bobina. Time, setting time. If you see her do this, you just know your time is wrapping up. All right. All the best.
Hi everyone, habari zenyu. Welcome everyone to today's session, this very cold morning of July. We are braving the cold, we are braving the protests, but it's great to see everyone here. This session today, we are going to be discussing the power of gender data in Afrofeminist data futures. and uncovering the potential for meaningful change here at DataFest Africa 2024. So I'm just gonna welcome the panelists today, and I'll start with Irene Mwendwa. Irene Mwendwa is the Executive Director at Policy. Yeah, she's the one who's, together with her team, she's the one who's convened us here today. So Irene is an experienced partnership professional with extensive experience in innovative collaborations across public, private, and civil society sectors. And she's also a fellow Capricorn, also a meme lord, funny girl, an amazing friend, and an amazing feminist. And of course, the executive director at Policy. And then we have Tigist Hussein. Tigist is a feminist, Tigist is a feminist researcher at Association for Progressive Communications, APC, and she specializes in research on gender and ICT's feminist digital activism and movement building, and feminist digital research methods and ethics. And then we have Chennai Chair, who is the lead at Africa Innovation Muradi and founder, My Data Rights Africa. Chennai is a social justice and also community organizer, and she has committed her work to gender equity to propel her interest in digital technology. Her focus is on advancing digital rights through rigorous research aimed at shaping public policy. And beyond her professional pursuits, she indulges in passion for African-made accessories. Shana, you're not wearing any African accessories today. And curating selections for her business, Bantu Accessories. So, side note, you can talk to Chennai on, how to accessorize. And also, she finds joy in cultivating plants that thrive amidst urban bustle. And then there's me, Maureen Kasuku, co-founder, Feminist Conversations Kenya. Feminist Conversations Kenya is a grassroots organization, and we are currently working on bringing digital rights, the discourse of digital rights to Kwamtani, to grassroots communities who don't get an opportunity to be in spaces like this. So a warm welcome to our panelists, and karibuni sana.
Asante, asante.
All right, so. All right, so I'm gonna stand here to make it easier to have this conversation. So once again, a round of applause, a warm welcome to our panelists today. So I'm gonna start out with Irene. I'm gonna introduce again this session, today's session, Afrofeminist Data Futures and Uncovering the Potential for Meaningful Change. I think it's important for us to first understand what Afrofeminism is, right? And who wants to go and try? Who wants to try out and explain what Afrofeminism is? Any understanding of that? Anyone? Kuna card games. There are card games today. Yes. Right. Yes, Afrofeminism speaks to the realities of African women. So this was coined from Sylvia Tamale, I believe. Sylvia Tamale is an intellectual at Makerere University in Uganda. So Afrofeminism speaks to the reality of African women before colonialism, and it speaks to us and reflects our material conditions, right? Because feminism isn't, feminism as it is understood today. I know it gets a bad rep, and I am a feminist, and I understand that. And feminism, as it speaks to the reality of African women today, is not driven by capitalism, is not driven by girl boss politics, right? And speaks to the very material conditions as we fight imperialism, as we fight capitalism, and today here at DataFest, as what does data mean to African women, right? And how can it be harnessed to speak to our realities? And how can African women also participate in the discourse of internet governance and also protect their digital rights? So Sylvia Tamale invites us to think about decolonization in feminist discourse. And as feminists gathered here today, we are talking about how we can harness data for feminist movements and for the greater good of society, right? So, Irene, I was wondering if you could speak on that, on what policy is doing to harness data for feminist organizers and for the greater good of society.
Thank you. Can you hear me? If you can't hear me, say, oh, yeah. Oh, so you can't hear me, but you've said, oh, yeah. Thank you, asanteni sana and karibuni sana to DataFest once again. I think I'll continue reiterating, that I'm excited. I'm happy that my team was able to host you, and I'm happy to join you this morning to continue, of course, discussing different things that affect us, one as women, as girls, and also as communities. I can see there are so many men who are interested or are poking. I can see your faces. You're just like, okay, what are they going to talk about today? But let me paint a picture. Maybe you will tell me it applies, or you don't think it's a priority, or you don't think it's something that we should really invest in. So we all, especially if you're Kenyan, we're in do we call it the gold rush? You are working, you get your salary, or you're earning in your business, you're making your profits. What do we do? What do you do, Kenyans? Immediately you get your money. There's a very simple answer. You buy land, isn't it? And immediately you buy land, your first thoughts are, oh, I need to build a house. Immediately you start planning, you start, thinking, will this land even hold the size of the house I want to build? But anyway, you have the money, you're getting a loan or you're getting resources somewhere. You start laying the foundation and you construct your house. As you're constructing your house, remember this, in very many cases, this is your ultimate dream. Especially for gentlemen, isn't it? You want to build a home for your family or for your loved ones or even for yourself. As you build, you realize either the contractor or by accident, the kitchen is so tiny. You're wondering, will you be able to cook here? And you're always asking yourself, how did we get this wrong? Why is the kitchen so tiny? Who can immediately tell me why the kitchen is tiny? Oh, one. Another. Sorry? You say it? The lady wasn't involved. Okay, I'll take that as well. Another one. The kitchen is small. Remember, both men and women can cook, isn't it? Yeah, I didn't even name any genders or... any other reflection? Okay. If the kitchen is small, it means, one, the people who were either laying the foundation or were designing or conceptualizing the idea of putting up the house didn't think about what happens in the kitchen, or didn't think who lives in the kitchen, or didn't consider the time spent in the kitchen. So let us reflect and use the same analogy when it comes to building and innovation today. Data scientists, techies, scientists in your labs, you have brilliant ideas. But most of the time, because you're either resource, you have a grant, or the school has just said you need to work on it, something, you just get up and get going. And then at the end of it all, you realize, oh God, I made, or as I was designing this, say it's a sanitary towel, it's too small. As I was designing some of these everyday things we use, a phone, it's too big. I've been looking at a few ladies, I've been looking at a few people, they can't, it's not even fitting their hands. And you can see again, it goes into the same analogy of power. When you had the power, how did you exercise it? When you're designing, when you're thinking or conceptualizing the idea. And in a very simple way, that's what is called gender data, or using gender data to inform innovation or the construction of technologies. But I want to stop there because I know all of us have a great understanding of that, and say and pass my apologies, or rather pass apologies from Jessica Horn, the Regional East Africa Director for Ford Foundation. She was not able to join us this morning as she had impromptu travels. So it's not, again, by design. She was to come, but she had to leave. So please accept her sincere apologies, and we want to thank Tigis, who, our super supporter from day one, who we quickly requested to also come in and support us on this panel, and she was very graceful, even with a very last minute, literally, we requested her at 6 a.m. and it's now 9:30, and she agreed. So thank you very much, Tigist. And to also say thank you to Ford Foundation, who are not in the room, but they have been working with us, since policy was conceptualized about 7 years ago. But going forward, gentlemen, will your faces be going down when you're talking about gender data and feminism? Have I made a good case? Makofi, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much for speaking on that, Irene. It's very important that as we build, as we make the internet friendly and for everyone, and especially for gender minorities, and as we harness data for the greater good of society, that this process is inclusive of everyone, because this tends to be a boys' club. It's been a boys' club for such a long time, and I'm really proud of the work that Policy and APC and MRADI are doing to include structurally silenced voices. And you've spoken on how it's important to look at the unique needs of people while we're harnessing data for the greater good of society and making the internet safe for everyone. And on that note, I'd like to ask Chenai, what are the ethical considerations while we are harnessing data for our for use in our communities and also the internet? So, like, what are the ethical considerations? And if you can speak on that and what you're doing at My Data Rights Africa.
And that's what happens with technology. Half the time, you don't know how to turn it on. So I think I was laughing a little bit because when you were talking about data, as an example, it's also about outdated data that's online, and I realized that that bio is a little outdated. I stopped nurturing plants a long time ago, and now I just nurture boarding passes. So
ooh, fancy.
So just to update that, actually, so the Africa Innovation Miradi is a program at Mozilla Foundation. Mozilla Foundation, which owns Mozilla Corporation, which a lot of people know through using Firefox. And then My Data Rights is a project that I started when I was a fellow at Mozilla Foundation, and now I lead the Africa Innovation Project. So just to reflect on maybe taking a scenic route to answer the question on reflecting on ethical practices, a lot of the way in which data is collected, if it is to be considered rigorous, if it is to be considered credible, is based on canons and school of thought that emerged from the global north. We were not part of the design, we were not considered in the process of data collection. And I think a lot of times when people talk about how surveillance data or biometric data actually emerged, it emerged as a colonial practice to actually then document skulls. I think a story of skulls like in India for people to determine like this skull could look like a criminal, this skull could look from this place. So I think it's always important when we talk about that framing to recognize that we're coming from a history, and as people who are on the African continent, who are occupying a particular space, that history has never favored us. So with my political statement done, when I think about the ethical practice in terms of collecting data on the African continent, it is really us as people on the African continent taking and borrowing from a box of knowledge and then applying a critical framework to it, questioning if when people talk about ethical practices, one of the things is always about subjectivity versus objectivity, where a lot of research that has been considered critically acclaimed, the researcher actually never identified who they were, or they never actually spoke about the positionality that they held, because it was more better to be seen as being away from the research. So like literally the way we're sitting in this room, we're sitting on the high chair, and then you are sitting in there, and therefore we are sort of a created distance. So we can then say the people in this room are valuable because the researcher has not tainted them based on the identity that they hold. But through fantastic funding from APC, the Feminist Women's Rights Program, a lot of the work has actually been able to frame how important it is for people to identify themselves in the research. So that is a feminist practice of actual ethical practices, where I am able to sit here and say I am a Zimbabwean woman who is currently traveling around the world, and therefore my understanding of the world is shaped by diasporic understanding, but at the same time a lived reality of being Zimbabwean. So that's one, an ethical practice. Another ethical practice that is often not prioritized and funded is around care. The fact that there is a wellness room in this space, and it's, I mean, great, but let's make it bigger. Let's have more things around there. But that is a practice of care that in a lot of ethical practices and research is not, one, funded, or if you're a student, your professor is telling you, what do you mean you must care about your subjects? You must just go into that location, get the information, and get out. But the practice of care, particularly from an African perspective, particularly from a feminist practice, is that care has grounded societies for a long time, and care work has gone under-resourced, underfunded reproductive labor in the homes, who are the people responsible for taking care of young children, people who are sick, and people who are ailing in the homes. So the practice of care from anyone, whichever gender identity they hold, is important as an ethical practice when you actually are in purposes of research and building up data, because what that does is it impacts how you end up communicating back. I think care is why we have a game, although we're going to pay for it. I'm happy about it. But, but the practice of care means that there was a thinking of how do we make sure that the information goes back to community. And then I think lastly, and now I'll speak from a funder, philanthropic perspective, another ethical practice is actually just really to bring visibility to people doing the work. A lot of the times, from a philanthropic perspective, there's actually a significant call for there to be feminist funding, but to make it clear, black feminist funding. Because the majority of the research, particularly on feminist work, has gone to, they may not identify in bodies as white, but white feminist praxis of thinking, which is often individual, which is because that's where it's based. So it's quite individualistic. It's about how I, as a person, will succeed versus a community practice. So from a philanthropical perspective, a lot of the ethical practice in actually supporting more build-up of data from a feminist perspective is kind of like, how will this work impact community? How does this work not result to extractivist practices? Because we've seen that where I think Kibera is one of the most overly researched slums, and a lot of people then, someone from the Cornell University partners with someone from Kibera, and then that person from Cornell is the one that is more visible, but the community is consistently researched, but nothing comes back. So that, from a funder's perspective, is then practicing ethical practices that allow for feminist data, which can actually revolutionize the way in which we exist. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that powerful analysis and a deep dive on feminist politics and decoloniality. And what I really got from that was there is a disconnect somewhere, right? Where we are building these structures, but we are not really speaking to the realities of especially grassroots communities. We are not speaking to the material conditions of the global majority, and specifically Black women and African women. And so I wanted to hear from Tigist about this and how we can bridge the gap between data, policy, and real world change for African feminists.
This is on? Yeah, yes. It's on. Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. Grateful for Policy to invite me. Just to give a little bit of context, I work for Association for Progressive Communication, and we are a member-based organization. It's an international organization, NGO. And I think we have many of our members in the room also. A shout out to those who know. I think let me start from what is political for me, and then we can get to the conversation. I am a researcher. I'm very much interested in research. I love reading research. I love doing research and engaging with research, specifically in the African spaces. But one thing that I know, this has not only been in the context of the technology sector, but I think in the vast disciplinary engagements, African feminists work, or researchers who are interested in conversation on gender issues, are oftentimes spend so much of their time in the work of reactionary processes. Reactionary as in speaking back to colonialist structures, or speaking back to patriarchal structures, or speaking back to homophobic and nationalist structure, and all, you can add more. So there is so much time waste on that kind of work. And for me, I think I have grown up to think about that are actually very destructive works that really affects the ways in which we actually collect and preserve data. And I think there is now a little bit shift around the work that we do now, really focusing on what do we want for us? What is the future, the feminist future that we want to see? Critique is one part of the work, but I think we have to come to a place where what are the possibilities that we want to provide to our own people? Side to that is also part of the distraction is because we are very much invested in reactionary politics, we have been and continue to be in conversation with global norths, offenders. Most of our work doesn't come back to our people or to the African community and have a translation into understanding what is happening in our own neighborhood, in our own country. So there is that urgent call around, can we refocus our work? And that's actually a content on decolonialism, that can we start speaking about what do we want in terms of the technology sector? So my entrance point to research right now is that. And data is everywhere. It's everywhere. Everything that you see is actually data and can be used as knowledge. The point is, I think, how do we translate data and then make it context-based translation and representation? I'm saying representation with all its biases, with all its limitations, with all its messes, but still, how do we intentionally try to represent and contextualize the ways in which we see data so that we can actually make sense of what is happening in our context? And that is also another work that we really need to do. Speaking of data being everywhere, I'm being very fascinated by the podcast community in Kenya. They are feminists and they're doing amazing work related to storytelling and engaging with women from different places and having their voices communicated outside. That is a learning space for us to think about, like data harnessing or research in data doesn't have to be necessarily on the ways in which it has been prescribed, as in you go out for a field work, interview, focus group discussion, ethics. And no, actually there are so many ways to do it. And don't forget, majorly, our culture is oral. We speak more than we write, specifically when we talk about our communities, going into communities, having a conversation. How do you translate that into the oral culture and then communication of your data? It doesn't matter how much data you have. Yesterday, Joey asked that question, how much data is, and I think the answer you got was very interesting. People were saying, like, it's not about the amount of data that you have. It's actually how do you translate it to make sense of the context and make sure that it is ethically reflected and actually give the realities of the context as accurately as possible. So in the work that I do, I've said that I work in APC, but there is a project that I run. It's called Feminist Internet Research Network. We work with feminists from the global majority, from Latin America, Asia, Africa, and MENA region. And we try to do research in a very different way, very intentional, very much concerned about trying to get into the matter of the conversation as opposed to doing this number and that number, rather really give representation to the situation that we're exploring. And in the African continent, we have seen so much, specifically, for example, I have been referring and been saying so much about the policies work on online gender-based violence that actually covered Kenya, Ethiopia, South Africa, Senegal, and Uganda. That research has been amazing and eye-opener, and it hasn't been done before in the way that policy has done it. I know that there was data, that like as statistical data that tells you like so many of women cannot be online because of harassment or whatever. But then what policy has done was actually telling a story of what it is about and where it comes from and what it looks like from a cultural perspective. And what does it mean to be an Ethiopian and not having access to technology? Or what does it mean to be an Ethiopian or an Ugandan or a Kenyan and really be afraid of the technology? What does it mean itself? Like, yes, we do know the number, the data is there, but what does it mean actually? And so that kind of work needs a little bit of time and space, which oftentimes donors don't have energy for. Yeah. And that's a very frustrating thing. They say, like, we just need the data. No, actually, I'm tired of giving you the data. Because then you translate it to something else that I don't even recognize. Can you give me a space and time, in fact, resources, for me and my team or my people to actually translate it in a way that makes sense to us? Because that's the point of the collaboration in that sense. So it has been an interesting thing. For me, to answer back to your question, I think it's very interesting to think about the power of data, but it is more interesting to think about how are we translating the data, and who are we in conversation with, and who are we giving it back to. And I think that is where the feminist politics lies. It doesn't really matter who's doing the research. As Chinai said, of course there are so many feminists who claim to be doing feminist work, but in the end, like, are you sure about this one? Do you really make, and so that politics needs to be recentered and really needs to be challenged. Yeah.
Right. Thank you so much. That was like a very powerful analysis of how we move about in our feminist organizations. And China, you spoke about Ubuntu. Unfortunately, even us as feminists in the global south, we've been swallowed by individualism and corporate galley feminism. Thank you, Bobina. So just before we wrap up, just tying everything that the panelists here have said. So now what? Like, how do we speak to our realities, and go forth to our communities, contextualize these very complex discussions for them. I know that policy is doing an amazing work with the digital safety, and I've watched Chennai at you are the most first in Nairobi last year, and you spoke about the work that you are doing in Zimbabwe, and Tigist at APC. APC have also held feminist conversations Kenya with the work on surveillance in our communities. And right now we live in a very interesting time in Kenya where the state is shutting down the internet, organizers are being surveilled. So if each of you could just give us, and we don't have enough time, so just like one thing that everyone here in the room can take with them.
I will start and officially talk about the 3 key goals we are trying to achieve in our new strategic plan, starting 2024 to 2027. 3-year plan because technology can show you shege, isn't it? I hope you'll not forget. So we want, and the team, you know, together with the team, we said we want African women and girls to have a joyful and safer internet. There are no ifs, there are no buts, isn't it? So each and every one of us in the room, after the house example, I think if we collaborate with community organizers, data scientists, computer scientists, engineers, I see there being an opportunity for Africans to change some of these narratives right from where we are. And then I spoke about girls because we consider Africa as having, by 2030, will be the source of labor or energy or just power for the whole globe. The workforce, you know, minerals, speak about everything will really, by 2030, 2040, it's been projected that Africa will really resource the globe. So if people are not feeling safe on that internet, will they even open Gmail? Think about it. People, you know, people even feel threatened to even do their work. So that's why policy is hell-bent. And I see some of our partners who we have done wonderful work with. I see you, Nendo. We're able to look at how content creators do their work. And we saw some nasty, nasty things. So it's, you know, policy really saying a safer and joyful internet for African women and girls. And while we're still at it, because it involves stakeholders, it involves key players, and it involves people who are who have been elected to work for us. If you're Kenyan, you know this is very powerful. We don't just say politicians, we say they work for us. We expect them, particularly in the African context for African governments, to ensure inclusive data governance frameworks. If you look across the globe, Africa as a continent, thank you. Africa as a continent has some of the youngest regulations, compliance, laws, frameworks on data and digital technologies. So what better time than now to really work with governments and also the people who are really joining the workforce to ensure that some of these laws reflect and look like us, as opposed to just taking the EU GDPR and just put Kenya in front, you know? Come on. Yeah, they need to be a reflection of who we are. Then the next and third goal that policy is seeking to ensure, you know, advances some of this work and the power of gender data is to really transform into a powerful organization that can work with young individuals who are not able to form or set up their NGOs or set up an organization. You heard Maureen introduce herself as a convener in Mtaani. Mtaani means informal settlements. You know, not everyone is able to just wake up, put up their documents, and have an organization. So policy hopes, you know, in these 3 years, to really work with community organizers, to really center and give them power, because at the end of the day, they're the ones giving the data to form and create these technologies we are all using. That's what I can say. Thank you.
All right. Can you hear? Oh yeah, it's on. Wow, Irene. Wow, that's really powerful and very important. And so I was thinking, like, how do I build up on that? And so for me, I think when I think about three key takeaways, and speaking from the position that I exist in, is one, to challenge the norm. And I think feminism has consistently been doing that, but we also exist in multiple feminisms. So it is important to figure out, how do we challenge the norm in the way in which then data is generated, in the storytelling, the intention, how everything is executed, and also challenge the norm of the people who resource this. If it's either funders or people who are holding conference spaces, or institutions, how do we challenge the norm of what they think is the status quo? And then also what we think is the status quo, because I think it's a constant conversation on how we do the work. And then secondly, and I think for me, as someone who started as my career as a researcher in this space, a lot of the ways that I have grown, and I'm speaking as an individual, is being able to connect and collaborate. I think some of the times the work that we do, particularly from a feminist perspective, is tiring, is draining. You feel like the power is consistently being taken away from you. However, when you are working with others who may not have similar ideas of you, but know that the destination is similar, there is a power in able to say, I can only research as far as this point, but another person can pick it up. And then someone else can be able to say, I can collect the data, but someone else can tell the story. So being able to connect and collaborate with people who are in different spaces. And I think at Mozilla we try to do this as well by funding people working at through maybe fellowships, convening, and also our media creative awards, which is basically trying to say, people come to challenge the status quo in different ways. How do we connect all of that knowledge and encourage collaboration, particularly with people from the technical community? And when I say technical community, I mean builders. I think they're also asking these questions, but they may not also have the space to really interrogate what it means to show up with other people. And then lastly, a lot of the times, and this is just reflecting on what Tigis has shared, a lot of the times people do not recognize their power, not because we don't want to, but we exist in a world that has consistently told us we do not have power. And we're existing in a time right now in Kenya where we can see those who are considered to not have power are standing up collectively together and showing their power. So as we sit in these spaces, as we exist in our organizations, as we connect in our communities, it is important for us to recognize that it is not possible for the policy to be put forward if no one is saying anything about it, if you do not exist. So it is important to actually start speaking from a position of power, recognizing that power, and I'm saying it knowing fully well that sometimes we also exist in an ageist community, which then says if you're young, how dare you speak in front of us? But then again, that's where the connecting and collaborating comes from, because I may not necessarily be saying it on this platform, but I know that someone else will raise my point. And that is one of the first teachings that I've had in feminism, that it is collective power that we all hold. Yeah, thank you.
Just to quickly extend from what Chinai have said, not only that the people, the young generation in Kenya has recognized their power, but also let's not forget that the energy is actually getting into other countries, Nigeria and Uganda, to start. I think that's just start. It might continue. And that's a very inspiring and very energizing space to be in and to pay attention to. And I think we don't, again, pay attention to how actually African movements move between places. And that's also another thing that people should work around, like how digital movements actually move from one place to another place. Like you have, for example, Bring Back Our Girls. People have forgotten it, but it has been used for more than over 10 African countries for different cases. I don't think we have recorded it. Total Shutdown, it started in South Africa and then Namibia and then Malawi and other places. So there's something about that connectivity that is happening that organically that needs to be attention to. And it's also, again, speaks back to data, even though we didn't use it as data, to see how movements are happening, just a note. My takeaway from this conversation is four, but I'll try to be as quick as possible. The first one is around the ethics of the work we do, specifically around intentionality and accountability when it comes to research. Really figuring out like how are we communicating our research to the people that we work with. And so that accountability has to be front and center and has to be encouraged and really always updated through the process that we go through. And the second one that I wanted to say is we have to diversify the idea of data. And that's because I think some of the things are becoming more elitist, and it's very problematic and also very exclusionary. Like if I cannot work with podcast people, if I cannot work with people who actually do online data gathering, if I cannot do work with people who are just doing storytelling or having different methods to have a conversation with their community, then actually there is a limit to the ways in which I understand the context. Diversifying the ways in which we gather data, or even the ways in which we understand data, actually is very crucial, specifically for this continent, because we're very diverse in our culture, in our practices, and in the ways in which we speak about our truths. So that's another one. And the third one is then, this comes from my experience working in the Feminist Internet Research Network, where, as I said, we work with different Global South feminists. And one thing that I have figured out is that there is a difference within the Global South conversation. And that needs to be centered, because the ways in which Latin American feminists or Asian feminists or MENA region or African experience technology is completely different. And I think that difference needs to be very much contextualized. We try to work very hard to come out from a global research conversation or a global data, and then we say, let's focus on global south or global majority research, and then in there also we slip up in thinking about, oh, because it's a global south, it's a feminist. No, actually there is a difference there too. So we have to figure out a ways in which to say there is a difference in the ways in which you experience violence and I experience violence, or the ways in which we relate to the human rights conversation in that context and this context, or the laws and the frameworks that we have. Like, I come from a country that there is so much little law around technology. I do not know how to say like it's a global south conversation without pinpointing to that difference. So that's a another important point. And fourthly, I wanted to say, and I want to finish up with this, we really need to start thinking about feminist futures or data futures. We cannot be talking about always the critics of it and then leave the room. Actually, we should have a ways in which to talk about a solution. When I say solution and advocacy, I'm not saying about policy regulations. They are a very important work. They are very good for the stakeholders conversation. But actually, what is in the actual tangible way can we imagine and work towards a future that is autonomous, that is African looking like, that speaks to who we are. I think that's very important.
Thank you so much. So thank you to the amazing panelists. And my takeaway from this is that it's very important for us to decolonize the internet, decolonize what data means, and create feminist data futures, a future that is inclusive of everyone, a future that brings everyone to the table, and also speaks to their realities, especially for the people in the grassroots who, again, I work with and are not represented here today. And I know there are a lot of questions that you might like to ask the panelists, but Bobina is on my neck because of time. But Irene, Shania, and Tigis are available to answer your questions. There's today, there's tomorrow, and you can also reach them on their email and social media handles. So they'll be happy to answer all your questions. So go forth, be great, decolonize the internet, decolonize what data means, and let's create futures for feminist data collection that is inclusive of everyone. Asanteni.
Thank you so much.
Perfect. Round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. That was a good session. Cheers. Alrighty. So, we'd like to jump straight into the next session. Farhana was here yesterday giving a lightning talk, but Farhana, as you come, there's something really crucial that Tigis has mentioned. Please join me on stage. For everyone else, kindly stand up. We'd like to just give it a little stretch. Just a little stretch. Just high five 3 people. We'll have the name there. 2 more. Yeah. Hey. I can tell who's been going from man to man. Yes, sir. Okay. So I just wanted to leave something in your hands.
Okay.
Tigis has mentioned something really crucial about contextualizing. Yeah, let's kindly sit. Sorry. About contextualizing when we talk about data uptake and data usage. They said that we might make advancements in the world within the data ecosystem, but we need to contextualize within the global south. Case in point, your conversation now is about how data can leapfrog, and we have a lot of advancements on how data now affects the healthcare system. But we still have instances where if you're, let's say, in the community and you've been referred to a certain hospital, they can't access your records because they're not online, right? So we have 10 steps ahead, but we still have a few more in the, right? So the myriad of conversations there. You have the uphill task of fitting 5 people, 5 people's sentiments into 1 hour. So all the best with that.
Well, it's interesting because one of my panelists is actually a chief medical officer, and he's been called away to surgery. So I only have 4 now, so it's gotten a bit better. So good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for all coming in. If many of you that were here yesterday, I did a lightning talk on the value of EHR data. And I kicked off the session by quoting a fact where I mentioned that by 2030, data-driven interventions could save blah, blah, number of million lives on the continent. Does anyone remember how many lives can be saved by data-driven healthcare interventions? Oh, I like your answer. Her answer was 10 million. It was 1 million. 1 million lives. And if you think about that number, it's an immense number. And so what we're going to do is continue that conversation today, talking about innovative ways to use data, especially in addressing healthcare challenges in Africa. As you can see from the wide variety of people, first of all, most of my people are male, so we need to change that paradigm. But they come from a very diverse background, and I think this is what is going to make the conversation very interesting. I'd like to invite my panelists up, and then I'll introduce them as they sit. So if we can have Dorcas, Solomon, Lukman, as well as Sushant. Because men don't like to sit very close to each other. We have to share my 3 of them. I'll give you Solomon. Emily's your tag, so you just take out your tag. Okay, sure. Have a seat. So a very warm welcome to our panelists. Can give them a round of applause. So what I'd like to do is introduce them. So first, starting on my first person on my right-hand side is Dorcas Mwigwereri, and she is actually a research fellow here at the Aga Khan University within our population health department. So now we have academia coming into the mix in terms of how do you address healthcare challenges. Next, beside her, we have Solomon Chiedo, who is from Google. So now we've got technology, and not technology in healthcare, but technology in terms of an enabler, in terms of a connector. Beside him, we have Lukman Laval, who is from the Mayo Clinic and the Mayo Clinic platform. And so when you think about the Mayo Clinic platform, for those of you that don't know, it's a data platform that brings data across multiple institutions, and you're able to leverage it for data innovation and for data-driven healthcare solutions. And last but not least, never least, is Sushant Pillai, and he is the managing director for Meditech. So Meditech is an EHR. It's an electronic health record system that many organizations have. We here at Aga Khan University just implemented it. Now it's 18 months ago. We upgraded our system, and so that is a Meditech system. So if you recall, what I discussed yesterday was the electronic health record system is a record keeper, and you can leverage it for information. And so what I think is going to be really interesting that we were talking about yesterday is you can't think about addressing these challenges in silos. You have to bring different people, different disciplines to the conversation. And so that has got me very excited about this. So why don't we kick it off? And Solomon, I'm going to kick it off with you. And so you being in technology, and I know who's very passionate about the customer experience, right? Can you walk me through, technology is moving so fast. It's moving at such a rapid pace. What advice, and we're going to, one piece of advice, what is the one piece of advice that you would give our audience here as well as online that they need to think about when they're selecting technology, especially in terms of data and innovation, so it can meet their needs today, but also scale with them as they grow into tomorrow?
Thanks, Farhana. I think I got it. All right, fantastic. Thanks, Farhana. And it's good to see you all bright and early. Good morning. So one fun fact before I go into it, Farhana. So it's nice to be back here because I started my first job at Aga Khan University 25 years ago.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Welcome back. I did
Thank
not
you.
know that.
Thank you. I was a young data entry clerk then. All right.
We
so
can bring you back.
it's always an option. All right, but fantastic. So to your question, I think, maybe piece of advice of what to do. Technology is advancing so fast. When I joined Aga Khan 25 years ago, I was given a desk and a compact screen with a blue screen, a compact computer with a blue screen, you know. It was the cathode ray type screen, right? So I've seen a lot of transition then, and I think you want to avoid pitfalls of ending up with computers that will not be able to serve you tomorrow, or technology generally that's not going to be useful to you and then ends up being dead assets. So how do you do that, right? And it's always a tricky solution and challenge for organizations, because today technology is transforming so fast. I mean, people used to have 5-year technology plans.
18 months.
Even that's a stretch.
That's true.
I mean, look at AI today. If you made an AI plan in January this year, I think we are 5-6 versions later, right? Yeah, so I think the key thing is, I think technology is there as a catalyst for business. I don't think we should build business solutions from a technology point of view, but really leverage technology to drive the business objectives. Because we often buy technology because it's a fad. Yeah, so if I talk about the challenges we're facing today with data, and particularly in the healthcare space, I think what's important is buying solutions that first are mapped to where you're going as an organization. What's your long-term goal as Aga Khan University, for example? It's healthcare, right? So that's the foundational aspects of a business are not going to change, right? You're here to deliver healthcare. Number two, having determined that aspect, is how do you pivot that into the future? And I think it's about having safeguards, the right safeguards, a technology that secures data, meets regulatory requirements. Certainly, if you're going to do AI today, it's how do you safeguard personal information inside that platform, right? How do you ensure that you do not have regulatory challenges with your respective regulators? How do you ensure that patient data is not violated, for example, right? How do you ensure that this AI platform you're building is not training based on your customers and your patient data today, right? So I think those are some of the key things that have to constantly be at the back of our minds. It's really around how do you ring-fence this technology and how do you constantly evolve with it. And I think you asked for one point, but I'm just going to go to one more. I think the other point that is important is we've got to be bold, have a starting point, because traditionally we built a 5-year roadmap, then we built towards it. We're in a world where you've got to start, be agile, and be iterative, because technology is going to change.
Yeah.
Right? So you have to walk that journey with the technology. You have to build the skills with it. And you've got to get the right people on board, to be able to make that technology work for your business.
Thank you. Yeah. So what I took away from your answer, Solomon, is like, be very clear on where, so I come from Canada, I live in Canada now, where the puck is going. So in terms of be very clear in terms of where you want to be, build towards that, but make sure that you iterate and you learn from your key challenges. I think those are very good pieces of advice, and I would say there are 3 pieces of really good advice, not just one, Solomon. Dorcas, I want to go to you next. You bring a unique perspective, being somebody from academia, and now you're sitting on a panel with technologists, globalists, and a technology vendor. What would you say to them as a researcher is needed to ensure collaboration? Like, what would be the one critical success factor or the one thing that you are looking from them in order to collaborate to really deliver healthcare outcomes that are better for our communities that we serve?
Hello. So, from my opinion, getting to a point where the academia, the technologists, the healthcare get to collaborate, we need to, one, enhance or more of encourage, right, different practitioners, because as a techie, I'd need a health person to come and explain to me what the health involves, right? Or some of the problems that are in the health domain. As a techie, a health person will require me to tell them what is happening in the tech world, some of the advancements that are happening. We'd also need someone from the legal perspective to come and tell us this is what is happening in the data governance, this is what we need to do to ensure that there's an ethical consideration on how you use your data, how you share your data. So coming in together or bringing in a platform where different practitioners from different fields get to collaborate and share their ideas, put them together, as my colleague has said, technology, we always say it's not a standalone subject. Technology has been built to be an enabler, to provide solutions for the healthcare domain, to provide solutions for the business domain. So there is actually a need of technologists, of the healthcare providers, of people from the legal aspect or from the legal department to come together to foster that collaboration to ensure the kind of tech products we bring on board, one, they get to meet, or the goals have been aligned with the interest of all the parties. You need to set clear goals and set clear objectives that will align to what the healthcare providers need, will align to what the techies need, will align to what the academia need, because academia and tech is a bit different again. So there is need of having a set of aligned objectives and goals to foster that collaboration. And then there's also need of enhancing, like having workshops to share information to ensure that all the parties involved get to understand clearly and appreciate the need of tech in healthcare and why healthcare is bound to be improved. Like the statistics Farhana has given, allow me to also give another statistics, but this is in USA and Canada. So it has been seen that AI particularly has improved, or it has led to reduction in the healthcare costs in the US by 25%, in Canada by 12%. So how do we ensure also in Africa, let me speak in the context of Africa, we get to, one, appreciate, demystify what AI is, and enable each and every person who is involved in the table to understand and appreciate the need of that. So having such kind of forums where people get to be educated and people get to understand and appreciate the need of such technologies and implementing use of data in healthcare will be crucial to foster such kind of collaboration.
Thank you, Dorcas. I think what I took away from that is the cross-functionality that is required. So you have a cross-functional team where you have the right players. Within those right players, you have a shared set of goals. These goals are aligned. And you know, what you're looking for is to achieve what you mentioned has been achieved in the US and in Canada, is this, I call it proactive preventative care. You want to have disease prevention versus having disease prescription, right? You want disease prevention. So with that, Lukman, I'd like to come to you because one of the biggest challenges in healthcare is, forgive me, Dorcas, is you have all this research happening on the research end, or they're happening in the labs at Google or at Meditech, but it doesn't translate into clinical practice. I'm sure you being from Mayo Clinic, you face the same experiences. I read a stat that it takes on average 10 years for something that is found in a research lab. So it could be, hey, when somebody comes in and they're displaying respiratory distress, you know, you need to put an oximeter on them. It can take 10 years for that to translate into good practice. So in your experience, what have you seen work effectively? I'm going to say one thing again. What is one thing that has worked effectively to take that and accelerate that path into clinical practice?
Thank you so much. Hello? Yeah, I think it's working.
Yep.
And sorry, I'll break the norm a little bit. And I would like to contextualize how that can work for Africa, and specifically East Africa. And I always feel at home when I come back to Kenya. This is like my third or fourth home. As I say, I have many other homes. And I'd like to first ask, how many of us here are innovators and entrepreneurs? Raise your hand. Okay, the first person. I have a gift card for you. You can come and get it. I have a gift card for you. And the reason for that is our solutions in Africa and in East Africa will surely come from our people, right? Nobody will develop solutions for us to be able to integrate into our healthcare system. And I always like to see the private sectors, the innovators, the entrepreneurs, as those at the forefront of really pushing the frontier, of really getting us to where we need to be as Africans, as East Africans, to be able to advance health outcomes for the most vulnerable in our population. And thank you so much for all the good work you guys do as innovators and entrepreneurs. Coming back to your questions, there are a myriad of ways that we've started to see how AI, machine learning, have started to improve how we provide healthcare services. And like you said, you want me to stick to one, even though I wanted to talk about five, or I'll stick to one. I think for me, the most important piece is how AI has really improved diagnostic accuracy. And I will be able to spread that diagnostic accuracy across 3 or 4 fields. And one that really stands out is radiology AI. And it has a ton of advantages. If you start to look at how you can apply the use of radiology AI to kind of bridge the health workforce inadequacy gap. And I always use this example. You are in maybe a hospital somewhere in Nakuru County here in Kenya. You don't have as many radiologists. But luckily enough, you're able to lay your hands into some of these fantastic radiology AI solutions. What you're able to do with the chest x-rays, the CT scans, the MRIs, is such that instead of waiting for radiologists to come and read these images, through feeding them into these AI models, studies have shown you have some more accurate, when I mean accurate, because this is machine read, more accurate reading from these images. And it also saves time, it saves costs, and like Dr. said in our intro talk, about 25% is being saved in the US and about 12% in Canada. That starts to speak about how AI is starting to transform radiology. And if you take it from radiology, diagnostic accuracy is also better with some of these AI solutions because they can see better than the human eye. And you take it from radiology, you take it to something like histopathology. For many of us that went to med school and practice medicine, and for histopathologists, you struggle a lot to look under the microscope and figure out the specific, maybe it's neoplasia of cervical cancer or something like that. But with AI and machine learning, we're starting to see more accurate diagnosis, leveraging AI models to provide diagnosis for some of these diseases, and that's histopathology. You move from histopathology, you go to cardiology.
Yep.
You have EKGs, as we call it in the US, and ECGs, as we call it in Africa. A lot of things can be done with AI and machine learning models to help interpret ECGs better than the way we interpret with even a cardiologist. So that is bringing more accurate diagnosis. It's bringing cheaper ways which we can manage our health systems, and it's also helping bridge the health workforce gap. So for me, I think the diagnostic accuracy is one of the most renowned transformational impacts that we start to see with AI and machine learning integration into healthcare and health systems, not only in the global north, but also hopefully in the global south with innovators and entrepreneurs we have in this room.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. So I actually want to introduce Rob Coram, who just arrived just in time. So Rob, I had said you'd been called away to an emergency, but I'm really glad to see that you're here. So Rob is the Chief Medical Officer at Penda Health, which is a local hospital. And what I was saying, Rob, prior to you arriving, is we have a really interesting mix of people, and both you and Lukman being practitioners. So one of the things I want to make sure that many of the medical practitioners in the audience don't get afraid of, AI is not going to take away your job. You will always have a job because you're going to have human intervention. They will enable you, just like AI and technology have enabled many other sectors in terms of efficiencies, in terms of productivity. But at the end of the day, if you're going to cut into someone, if you're going to provide a diagnosis, if you're going to make, any type of prescription, a human will be involved.
Yeah. Let me quickly add to that.
Yeah.
Like Shifana rightly said, AI will not take our jobs, but AI will take the jobs of clinicians that don't use AI.
That's right.
So we have to use it to complement it.
So that's a good kicking off point. And Rob, I'm going to put you on the spot because I know at Penda Health, you've actually been doing quite a few, I'm going to call them experiments with large language models. So one of the things that I want to mention about Rob is he's really passionate about the patient experience, making sure not only can he deliver amazing patient outcomes, but what is that experience that patient is having with the medical institution? And so I know some of the work he's doing, which is why I'm leading to this question, is Rob has been using large language models to improve on that patient experience. Do you want to talk about the one thing that you've observed, especially using WhatsApp, right, in terms of patient experience, that you've been amazed about?
Yeah, thank you, and sorry for being late this morning. It's nice to see everyone. So at Penda Health, one of the features that we have of our health system is that we have a service called Chat na Penda, which is a WhatsApp-based service. So anyone can add our WhatsApp number, and then they can get a variety of information. And we do about 1,500 unique conversations on WhatsApp every single day. So our patients are really, really using that channel as a way to communicate. And one of the things that they do is they get just logistical information like, what are your hours of operation of your Zimmerman branch? Does Jubilee cover an ultrasound at Penda? Those sorts of things. And it obviously takes a lot of time and resource to answer those questions. And so before we had agents that were answering those questions, and of course it costs a lot of money to pay agents to answer those sorts of things. So one of the things that we started doing last year is to build basically a custom GPT behind the WhatsApp service that proposes answers to those questions to our agent. So it's always a human in the loop. It's never just a bot directly answering the question, but it will propose the answer based on what it's seeing. And then our agent will quickly review it and either send it through as is, or they'll modify it, or they'll say, nah, I don't like that answer, and just make their own answer. And the key outcome of that has been faster response times to those questions, and it allows us to basically be more efficient in how we're connecting with patients. There's also other types of conversations that happen on there. So a patient may say, how do I know if I'm pregnant? Oh, okay. A patient may ask, how do I know if I'm pregnant, right? So that's not so much a logistical question. It's starting to now get into a bit of the clinical side. And that's where we now have our clinicians who work in our call center actually typing the answers to those questions. But what the ChatGPT, the AI aspect helps us to do is to be more efficient in answering the easy to answer questions.
Yeah. So I think that's a great example. You know, Rob, you weren't here yesterday, but we've had a lot of conversation, and even in the panel this morning, about ensuring that the solutions are contextual to what is needed here. And so what I love about this example, first is it's ChatGPT. I know, like, we are Aga Khan University, we use Microsoft Teams, like we're on the Microsoft platform. We never communicate over Teams. We always communicate using WhatsApp. Like if we need something, et cetera, we're communicating using WhatsApp. And so that is a common vehicle. And so that's great. And then enabling technology, once again, a human is there for intervention, but you're increasing productivity. Sushant, I'd like to come to you, last but not least. You work for Meditech. You are an EHR vendor, and you are, I think the third largest implementer of EHR systems globally. So you've seen a lot of success stories of customers using EHRs, but what is the one customer success story that has stood out in your mind? And I want to talk about it more in terms of not using an EHR as a record keeper, but to really drive better patient outcomes. The one that blew your mind, you're like, oh my God, this is awesome. One.
Sure. Two?
No, one, because I can see the timekeeper there going, come
on. Firstly, big shout out to Aga Khan University and Policy for hosting this event. Like you said, Farhana, Meditech has been around for a long time, implemented in 27 countries around the world. We have seen many successes, heard many successes, positive narratives. The one that sticks out for me in the context of LMIC in Africa is a small country called Botswana. It's in southern Africa, not very big, size of Texas, 2 million people. Meditech operates in the entire public sector environment. That means the entire public sector environment in Botswana has one singular electronic health record. Pretty unique. The stimulus for that was the HIV/AIDS epidemic, whereby in 2002, the government, to better track and have access to real-time data, felt the need of an integrated platform, and that's when they decided to implement electronic health record. They did that. After a few years, they started adding some additional modules, additional functionality, and they started seeing gains beyond just managing the epidemic and managing, say, ARV therapy, but going beyond that. They started looking at redesigning their workflows. They started looking at clinical decision support elements, to the point we are now having a repository of over 1.5 million records, which is quite sizable over 23 years. And we take all the data and we start to add predictive lens of, say, coding, of, say, lab turnaround times. And then we start to look at various models, and what they're doing right now is really stratifying that data and really going deep into elements of disease surveillance, population health, building registries for proactive engagement with patients. The more powerful AI piece is still not there, to your point, but the predictive modeling is there. And this comes back to what you said yesterday. You said, Africa sometimes is a step behind a first world country. True, it is. But Africa has also this habit of leapfrogging. Yeah. We have this habit of, taking a Pentium 486 and going to an i7.
Yeah.
And we say like, bugger everything in between that.
Yeah.
And I do think it's through forums and workshops like this which accelerates the process.
Yeah. Thank you. No, I'd said Africa has a potential for leapfrogging. We can completely skip the industrial age. And I think that is where healthcare, like in terms of leveraging technology for healthcare, first of all, with the young population. So what, average age in Kenya, 19.6, right? So you're all digital natives. Not like, many that you have in the global north where the average age is 45 or 46, not digital natives. So, if you tried to implement WhatsApp in terms of answering patient calls in the global north, wouldn't work for everyone, versus here, it does. And so we have huge, huge potential to leapfrog. So I want to do one round of questions, but I also want to make sure that we have time to get questions from the audience. So if I can get your commitments, I'm going to do one round of questions, but you have to be succinct. 45 seconds. Can we do it?
Yes. Let's go for it.
Oh, I'm going to, can we do it?
Yeah.
Can I shake your hand? Yeah, okay. All right. Okay. So now you saw, right? We have all the people saw in the audience and online. All right, Dorcas, we're going to start with you. One of the challenges that comes is there's always barriers to implementing AI. What would be the one key barrier that you see, especially in the domain of population health?
Okay. So, hello. So, a key barrier I can say is skill gap. There's a huge skill gap, specifically in the young generation. In Kenya nowadays, we don't call ourselves youths. It's either millennial or Gen Z. So there's a very huge skill gap in terms of being able to collect the data, do the analysis, and provide insights from that kind of data. So it's important to come up with more programs that will upskill the young generation and also the older generation so that we can make sure that AI is being adapted by most of the population. And then the legal and regulatory frameworks are also very key, such that we need to have adaptable legal and regulatory frameworks that will propel data sharing between different entities. Within the multidisciplinary team that I earlier talked on, we need to ensure that the healthcare people can get the data, the analysts will get the data, the researchers will get the data, but still ensure data privacy and also ensure that the legal and the ethical implications have been taken into consideration. So that's what I can say in a short words.
Thank you for that. So building off of that, Rob, I'm going to come back to you. Large language models hallucinate, and so you have challenges with that. So what are some of the challenges you've faced with Penda Health as you've implemented large language models?
Yeah, I mean, the hallucinations are probably the biggest problem. And when we talk about Chat na Penda, one of the hallucinations that we saw is someone will say, do you have a pediatric neurologist in your CBD branch? And the proposed answer will be like, yep, we do, come anytime. We don't. And so those hallucinations, when they happen for something logistical like that, are problematic. When they happen for something medical, like what's the treatment for a certain condition, it can be catastrophic. And so I do think that the hallucinations are probably the biggest challenge. And to just close out the point, I would say new tools that involve techniques like retrieval augmented generation or RAG that can connect to local guideline data sets, like maybe a Ministry of Health primary care guideline data set, I think hold the most promise for avoiding those, and that's a big part of our roadmap over the next 6 months.
Okay. So, Rob's supposed to be a doctor, but I think he's trying to take my job here because he's talking about all these AI methodologies. Sushant, one of the things that Rob mentioned was you can have a disastrous outcome when you sometimes use technology. And so one of the things I would think Meditech needs to ensure is training. What is a key strategy that you use to ensure that whether it be doctors or nurses or healthcare workers know how to use not only the EHR, but how to interpret the data that they're getting from it as well?
Sure. Training is big, and especially in the context of Africa, one is when we're implementing, we're looking at the customer moving from a paper-driven environment to digital. And the big hurdle there is change. And doctors are interesting mortals, and change is, they're very sticky with change. But the first step is to understand the workflow design, understand the workflow routine for the clinician, lay a best practice on it, start to show future state workflows. At that point, when you show them future state workflows and the value that technology brings and can catalyze certain activities, they're like, wow, light bulb moment. But, honestly, across the implementations we have done, we always say, be positive, be pragmatic. Take the small wins. The small wins might just be inputting accurate data. That's as a baseline. Leveraging dashboards, using clinical decision support tools. Once the clinician or the user starts using all those elements, the degree of confidence and experience starts to really, really gain. And we have seen that at Aga Khan University here in Nairobi. And at that point in time, you start to then expose the clinician to larger world problems. And then you start bringing in elements of AI and ML and the value and impact it can bring. I think that's the journey that we typically see. Start small, go big.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. It's like what Solomon said, it's iteration, especially with technology. So with that, Solomon, when people are selecting technology, what is the one piece of advice that you, as a salesperson, would want to give to them to say, make sure you don't forget about this?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for that question. And I think I would sort of build on what I said earlier. I think it's got to be technology that you can trust. I think you want to buy a technology that has already, the foundations have been tested, have been tried, have been certified by some of the key regulators. I think in the healthcare you want to talk about HIPAA certification, for example. These are critical certifications, and if I speak about Google, for example, there's probably a reason why Google is late in coming out in the AI world. It's because we are doing a lot of work behind the scenes just to make sure that we tick all the boxes with regulators and governments, and just making sure that the different aspects that need to ring fence our products, hallucination. Maybe a little more work needs to go in there just to make sure we release a product that is ready for market and that is going to deliver on the outcomes that you're looking for. Thanks.
I really like that, because sometimes what happens is, people like to throw technology against a wall and they're like, did it stick? And especially when it comes to AI, you heard the panel in the morning, technology in general made for the global north is what I'm going to say, high income countries, not necessarily the global south, low middle income country context. And so that thinking is not there. Then, as the 67% of the attendees who are female, it's really not there. And so therefore, making sure that, all the right boxes are checked. Like, if you just even look at this event, the inclusivity measures that have been taken into place to ensure that people are taken care of and that we address their needs. You're seeing this happen more, and it needs to happen on the technology. Lukman, the last question sort of from me would be, we've heard a lot about regulatory, we've heard a lot about privacy, we've heard a lot about sort of ethical considerations. With Mayo Connect being a platform, right, with a lot of data on it, a lot of longitudinal data sets, understand that they're anonymized, de-identified, how do you ensure that patients or people whose data is on there can trust that it is being used appropriately and ethically?
Thank you so much, and it's nice I'm taking the last call, even though sometimes it's difficult to be the last. And for context, the Mayo Clinic platform has a vision of ensuring everyone around the world have access to personalized, predictive, and innovative care. And how do we want to do this? We want to do this through our mission, which is, can we start to share the new knowledge, the new solutions, and the new technologies that emanates from Mayo Clinic and through our partnerships to providers all around the world. And through that, we have this moonshot mandate that by 2030, we should be able to start empowering and supporting at least half of the global clinical providers all around the world to be able to advance health outcomes for their patients. And coming back to your question around how do we ensure this is done ethically? The president of Mayo Clinic Platform sits on the board of what we call the CHAI in the US, which is all around ensuring we have the right regulatory frameworks to really deal with healthcare data leveraging AI in person of President John Alamka. But beyond that, we have a lot of processes in place with all our partners that we leverage data to be able to advance health outcomes with. And some of those processes ensures that data is resident in country. For example, if we have a partnership with an institution like Aga Khan, Kenya data resides in Kenya. We must obey all local laws. We must be compliant with GDPR and ensure everybody understands the transparency that's involved with this data. And also, we have a federated network system. So it's not that you're bringing data into a single pool. Your data resides within your system, and we have APIs that are kind of plugged into be able to access this data in an anonymized fashion, meaning we don't know the name of this patient. There's no way you can clock back and really be able to know, oh, this is a 54-year-old patient that came in with chest pain, coughing, and has TB. So you don't really know who the patient is, but you can leverage such data to be able to build models that won't only help that patient, but will help more patients to come. So with that said, there is a lot of regulatory frameworks as well as guardrails that are very stringent to ensure data transparency, to ensure data safety, and to ensure that data is used for only what is promised is going to be used for. So I think that's a lot of what we've done as Mayo Clinic Platform. We look forward to ensuring most of our data also involves data from Africa, from Asia, from Middle East, so that the inclusivity, which has been shown to be part of this conference here, is also important. And it also speaks to what Penda Health talked about, hallucination, and how most of the AI models are garbage in, garbage out. So if you don't have data from Africa and you're trying to provide models to solve African problems, then surely you're doing yourself a disservice. And that's why I'm excited about innovators and entrepreneurs who we hope can also come co-create on our platform, the Mayo Clinic platform.
No, I think the point there in terms of making sure that is a representation from the global south, because one of the things we were talking about yesterday during my talk was high income protocols don't often work. They don't work in our country. They don't work for our populations, and they don't work for our genetic pool. So I have one last question for all of you, and this is not one that I sort of prepped you with. So I want you all on the panel and also in the audience to imagine a world, right? It's a world where we have a recipe. So you know a recipe that you use to build something. And this recipe is guaranteed to deliver success with data-driven health interventions. So it's guaranteed to deliver success. And so the 1 million lives that are projected to be saved by 2030 turn into 10 million. For this recipe, what would be the one key ingredient that you would recommend? It can be a capability, it can be a technology, it can be a stakeholder, it can be a policy. What would be that one key ingredient that your opinion says, we need this, otherwise that recipe is going to suck. It's not going to taste well, we'll never be able to deliver that outcome. And so I'm going to start from the end, and I'm going to start with you, Rob. The one ingredient.
My one ingredient is high-quality clinical documentation. Why is that? A lot of people get really excited about these tools, but if the tools don't have accurate, comprehensive clinical data, they don't have anything to act on. So this is something that Penda's been working on now for more than 10 years. And if you look at our digitized medical record, you're going to see that the patient has the date of birth, the vital signs, the complaint, the history, the physical examination, all of those things. So many places don't have a lot of that basic data. If you don't have that, these tools really just can't be effective.
Okay, so we got one ingredient, high quality clinical documentation. Sushant, one ingredient.
Leadership.
Leadership.
You have 54 countries in Africa, and we have seeded across multiple markets. You can bring in a recipe, you can bring in a platform. If the leadership is fragile, it'll collapse. And that's quite important because you need to create continuum over the years. It might be at a facility level, it might be at a district level, it might be at a national level. And we have also seen once there is erosion of leadership, there's actually dissolution of strategy. And the strategic intent that went initially with that. So for me, I think it's quite leadership.
So high quality clinical documentation and leadership. I would add to your leadership is also succession, like it can't be one person. So often a lot rests on that one individual to drive. You know, God forbid that individual gets hit by a bus or a matatu in the morning. You know, we need to make sure that we have succession. Lukman?
Yeah, I'd like to piggyback on what Susan said, and I'll be more specific.
If you were here yesterday, you're not allowed to piggyback. It has to be a new one, new ingredient.
Okay. I would like to extend on what Susan said, and it's going to be, mine will be more around extensive investment in infrastructure, and that has to do with power, internet. We could speak all the grammar or Latin here today, but if you go to some parts of sub-Saharan Africa and they don't have power, they don't have access to internet, then we lock out more than half of the population already. So how do we get access to their data? How do we get access to the healthcare information that is required to build the robust models that we need to? So mine will be extensive investment in infrastructure.
I think that's very valid. We had a lot of conversation in there, just in terms of making sure that they can participate. Never mind in healthcare, but they can participate. Solomon?
Yeah, sure. Mine is trust.
Trust. Yeah. That's a good one. Why?
Systems that the end user, you know, the service provider, the government, the regulators can trust. Yeah, but it will do what it was intended to do.
And how does one prove that it can be trustworthy?
It's a journey.
Yeah.
I think we are at the early stages of that journey.
Yep.
We've got to win trust and, you know, eliminating some of the initial challenges that these technologies are facing in the early stages.
Yep.
As we know, these technologies are probabilistic, right? So,
yep.
so it's a question of how far do we improve that probability?
Yep.
And the more we improve that probability, the sooner we get to trust.
I think that's a very interesting ingredient. You know, Philip was talking this morning about, you know, for all of us that use free platforms, right? What is being done with your data? And there's many platforms right now where you can see that you can't trust the way that the algorithm works, or, you know, that they're supposed to promote free speech, but you see a lot of censoring that is happening. So I think trust is really important. Dorcas, I leave the last word to you, the last ingredient that you think.
Okay, I'll say two.
Two! You got to have the researcher say two. Okay, go ahead. I'll give you two.
Yeah, so the first one is we need to develop robust frameworks for quality data collection. And that is because most of these AI models tend to replicate the bias that is in the data. So if you have a poor quality data, that is going to be replicated in the kind of insights and the kind of results you get from these models. So having that framework that will enable collection of data that will take into consideration the African population and all our uniqueness is very important to ensure that these models actually help us address our challenges. The second one is from a research perspective. Most of the funding that comes to African countries is from the western part of the world. Most of the funding that will come to the healthcare is probably from the US, from the Canada. Should I say the government does not sponsor research and development as it's needed. One of the things that we say is whoever has the money calls the shot, right? From my perspective, it is good that we're getting these grants, but they get to set agenda which they may not necessarily reflect what is happening in our country. So it is important for the government and institutions around Africa to fund and facilitate research and development so that we can also boast of technologies that emanate from Africa and not necessarily take technologies from the West and try to apply them in our context. So when we get enough funding and support for research and development, I think that will take us now another step in terms of identifying what are some of the technological things that we can use that will adapt easily to our population.
Okay, I'm glad I gave you two, because that was a really good answer, really good answer. So I'm just going to recap for the audience. So we started with Rob in terms of the ingredients, and Rob said quality clinical documentation. Then we have leadership and ensuring that that leadership drives forward to that aligned goal. Lukman was similar to Dorcas, but Lukman was talking about infrastructure, investment in infrastructure, especially the internet, to ensure that all can participate. We have trust, and then we have good quality data collection, right? And what I really liked about that is bias. You know, there's so many examples. So DataFest last year focused on gender bias, right? And there is, because what happens is these AI models, they only know what you train it with. So if you feed it a data set that is 95% male, 5% female, all the decisions that you put through that data set are going to favor males, right? And so making sure that you have no bias, especially in terms of good quality data collection. And last but not least is investment, but local investment in research and development. So now I'd like to turn it over to the audience and collect questions from the audience. I'm not as smart as all of the other moderators that have been up here, so I can take one question at a time and then we'll get the next question. I can't take 4 at a time. So I think we have one in the back, and we have one in the second last row, so we can start with those two. Why don't we start with the lady in the back? Oh, she's right. Oh, sorry. Run, Chris. You get your steps in. We have a competition going. Who can get the most steps in?
Good morning. So my name is Hope, and thank you for the lovely presentation. So I just have one question and one addition. So I love the responses you've given, but for me, I would say integration, because we have all of this data collection points, we have leadership, but the one thing we lack, especially in the healthcare space, is integration, and that leads to a lot of fragmented care. Yeah. But my question is especially for the Mayo Clinic team. If you looked at the World Health Assembly, one of the key points that was there, especially when it comes to innovation, is a lot of the data we have is internationally controlled, but how do we establish accountability when the data is internationally held, but the regulations are at national level? So how do we have that balance? Because how do we hold you accountable and you're not within our national framework, and what you're making is an international commodity?
Thank you so much, and I'm so excited that someone is paying attention to what Mayo is doing. And we are building a global platform. And to be honest, not because I work for Mayo, this platform has a fair chance of truly transforming healthcare beyond just the rhetoric everybody comes in and talk about, right? And why I say that is data that is being utilized, and like I said earlier, is through a federated network system, meaning data will be resident in country, owned by the owners of the data, but we will just be able to have access and allow that access to researchers worldwide interested in providing solutions leveraging such data. So what that tells us is data is not somewhere in our headquarters in Minnesota. No, data is resident in country, in Kenya, in Rwanda, in Tanzania, in Malawi, and all over the world. But a researcher, for example, maybe a Swiss pharma company that is trying to provide vaccines for Malawi, that naturally just makes use of Caucasian data and extrapolates that and sends vaccines to Africa, can now say, oh, we need under 5-year-old kids, or 1 million patients data for an under 5 vaccine that we're producing. Then they can reference data from Malawi to provide more personalized population health level solution, which is not what used to be the norm. And that's why I'm more excited about this Mayo Clinic platform, and I will encourage every single person to check our website and really see how you can be involved as a solution developer, or how you can really help bring innovation and entrepreneurship to your respective countries. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah. Thank you for that, because I think, you know, what we talked a lot about is context. Like, context is so important. I think we can take 2 more questions. So we have in the second row right there, and then yourself, sir.
Thank you so much. My name is Ben, and I work with an organization called Barefoot Law, which offers tech-enabled legal support. My question is directed towards Mr. Solomon Chedo. You said something fascinating about, obviously, many of us are shocked why Google is not taking a lead in terms of AI, and you did mention that you're having a stumbling block in terms of being able to be compliant and regulatorily ticked in all these jurisdictions. Now, the prior panels and many of the discussions we've been having today have been talking about the need for localized legislation. But once again, I notice from what you have said is that there's certain technology that perhaps we've been starved of because of the legal and regulatory frameworks that are currently existing. So my question is, what do you think is the balance between being able to have localized legislation, but then again not stumbling or making it hard for people who are coming up with innovative uses of data to address not only healthcare challenges but other challenges? What's the balance? How do we ensure that entrepreneurs and innovators are not having a hard time being able to get their products on the market, but at the same time also be able to have localized legislation?
Right, thanks for that question. Yeah, it's a good one. Yeah, so I think, and my colleague here has talked about the innovators a lot. I think that's where the key is really, because companies like Google and big tech generally will build the platform, right? We are enablers, right? But ultimately, it's upon the innovators to localize, based on these platforms and build, relevant use cases that address local challenges in the African context, but using these platforms, right? So obviously one of the key considerations when you're localizing these products and solutions into the local market context is what is the regulation in that market, right? So I think that is something that we have to work with you. We have to work with some of our ecosystem players, partner networks, and local innovators to be able to adapt. Yeah, I hope that answers you.
Okay. Yeah. And we have...
Okay. My name is called Howie Rapudo from the Internet Society. I'm the Secretary General and also run an initiative called Kijiji. Now, my issue is about underserved communities or populations. Because I'm not hearing an example where women or girls or even people who live in the rural areas who do not afford health issues. So they have turned into traditional medicine. They have turned into the use of food, nutrition, as opposed to medicine, conventional medicine. So what does that, what kind of issues, how are we taking our hospitals to, where are we taking our people to, and how does that data inform policy? Yeah. Thank you so much.
I think that's a very interesting question, and I'm actually going to direct it, because you didn't, is to Dorcas and to Rob, because you've got an academic who works in population health, and then you've got Rob, who's a doctor, a chief medical officer, because, high-income countries, or I'm going to say the global north, so the one thing I say is we don't want disease prescription. Like, we don't want all those prescriptions. We want disease prevention. And it could be as simple as diet. It could be as simple as mental health, a walk, etc. And we need to start taking advantages of that, because if we continue on the path of medical care, hospitalization, and not looking at all entities from a social perspective and a mental health perspective, we're missing a lot. So Dorcas, do you want to give an answer to that? And then Rob, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay. So on that, I'll still refer back to data, getting data from these underserved communities. I'll give an example with a project that is happening in our department, that is the population health, where we have HDSS. It's a health and demographic surveillance system that we're working on in Kaloleni and Rabai areas in Kilifi. So actually, the kind of infrastructure that has been set up is such that we get to collect data, because it was identified that that region, there's a health challenge. The health facilities are not that accessible, and also the population there struggles to actually pay for these medical services. So from a research perspective, there is a collaboration between Aga Khan University and the County of Kilifi, where we are collecting the data, trying to do some analysis to understand, one, what are some of the diseases that are prevalent in that kind of a location? Number two, what are some of the challenges, right? Because most of the time we may assume it's financial challenges, but there may be some underlying factors that can only be detected once we analyze the data. So the partnership between the county government and the AKU research team gets to actually advise, or get the insights get to advise the county government on some of the prevention or intervention mechanisms that are going to take place to actually address some of the health challenges in that location. So these kind of systems can be replicated in other areas, taking into consideration the biases and the cultural norms that have predominantly led to people not wanting to go to hospital, not wanting to because there are areas where people really don't go to hospital. They say we're just going to lose money. And it's not that they don't have the money, it's the cultural norms. They believe more in the mitishambas. The mitishamba, right? Yeah. That is the cultural, I don't know how to say it in English. Yeah, the herbs, no. Thank you for that, right? So once we get to understand these, we'll inform the policymakers, then it's from there that they take up and decide, this is a cultural thing, so we'll start enhancing training, advising people, getting to have the CHPs visit the homes and get to bring people to the hospital, or we identify a problem that is existing in that location. So I can say getting or having an advanced system to get the data and understand the insights, and collaboration with the local communities and the governments, the local governments.
I'm just going to add a comment to that, because we actually work on this study with the population health team, and it's really interesting because it's not about us coming in and telling them what to do. It's about collecting data from them. And when we look at the data, we actually go to the community health worker and we're like, you know, what's going on here? And they're providing us with that insight. And in the collaboration with the Ministry of Health, or the community health system, you know, a lot of the analysis has indicated things like wash stations. It's not a prescription, it's nothing medical. It has to do with the socioeconomic areas that we've addressed. Rob, I'll give you sort of from a Penda Health perspective. Great. And a chief medical officer.
I'm glad the question was asked, because I think addressing you know, underserved communities is really the reason that Penda exists. So, personal story, all three of my children were born across the street at the Aga Khan University Hospital, and we've had great experiences there, and we've gotten great care there. Our mission as Penda is, how do we make sure that the care that you would get across the street is available in Umoja, Kangemi, Kawangware, all the places where Penda works. And that's what I think the appropriate application of these technologies has the potential to do. So the consultation fee at Penda is about 1/10 of what you would get across the street. And that doesn't make it accessible to everybody yet, but that's the direction that we want to go. That's why we exist. And I think when you start talking about even more rural communities, that's yet even a greater challenge than even some of the urban communities where we work. So Penda has ambitions to expand outside of Nairobi over the next 15 months. And I think that's going to be also a very interesting but also a challenging time. How do we actually effectively serve those communities? But that's why we exist. So I'm with you. Like, we need to bring these technologies and help them to deliver that level of care everywhere.
Thank you. So I'd like you to give our audience, our panelists, a big round of applause. I'm really hoping what you got was sort of the diverse perspectives from multiple sort of experiences in terms of what we can do together. And so with that, I'll turn it back to Georgie. And Georgie, I'd like it to be known exactly on the minute. Let it be known.
Thanks, Bobina. The pressure, it creases. Yeah. Okay. I know we've sat for a while. We'd just like to take a quick break. Yeah? We're in agreement? Let's please just head up. We have a quick tea. Last time we said 10 minutes, we took 30, so let's just cut it a bit. We need to be back here in 20 minutes so that we can carry on with the innovators talk. We have some interesting showcases that are set to happen before lunch. So when you come, I'll give you more context, but let's quickly rush and come back. Thank you.
A major Toronto highway underwater, cars submerged, drivers stranded as torrential rain pounded southern Ontario. Tonight, the intense summer storm that left Canada's biggest city suddenly paralyzed. Oh my God, look, 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 look!
game before we get into the next session. Yeah? Even the panelists are going to play. Yeah, even the panelists are going to play. Okay, we're going to play a country game. Right? Country game, it's pretty simple. We've done this a million times. We'll go from A to Z. When you hear the country, when you hear the letter, mention the country. The trick is you start with African countries first. Yeah? Again, it's a small room. If you're not participating, I will see you. A. Good start. B. C. D. E. F. I won't lie, in the World Cup, all the Africans were in the France team, so France is fine. G. H. It's pretty close, yeah. Pretty close. I. Francophone people, you'll say Ivory Coast, then Côte d'Ivoire. Ivory Coast, okay? Or Ivory Coast. J. Pretty close. K. Ugandans, did you hear that? L. M. N. Oga brothers. So my Oga brothers and sisters. O. Francophone people. Uganda. O. All right. Outside Africa. P. All right. Q. Direct flights to Qatar. R. Visit Rwanda. S. Alrighty. T. No Tanzania. U. My favorite people in the whole world. All right. V. W. And Wales is no longer a country, right? Wales is not a country. It's not actually. I think it was removed. Check. Actually, there's a lot of data circulating online. You want to check? Check. If Wales is a country, I owe you something. X. Why? Why? Okay. Z. There we go. Is Wales a country? Are you sure? Thank you. There we go. So for W, we could just replace with Wakanda. Fantastic. Alrighty. Please allow me to... I can see the people in the gallery. Alrighty. So we have an interesting set of showcases, let me say. Very fast pace. The people who are going to come and speak, they're going to try and present, just the way we've done with that game, present very quickly some of the solutions they've seen, the innovations that we're going to see maybe now and for the years to come. So please give everyone a warm welcome. Starting off with our moderator / host for this session. Right. All right, Zoe. Pleasure.
Good morning, everyone. I have some very special guests that I would like to welcome on stage. This year's edition of DataFest, we thought it was important for us to give the community that is co-creating solutions for Africa, since our theme is harnessing Africa's potential. So we are actually giving the floor to our innovators today for you to get to know them. They've been showcasing outside. And after this session, you can actually also get to have some one-on-ones with them. We know there are funders in the room. Yes, I'm looking at you. Some good partners in the room. And that's why we know they'll benefit a lot from presenting here. So without taking much time, I would like to welcome.
Just 1 second. The team that's supposed to go to the UNESCO and Ushahidi room, the session that's happening, 411, you're kindly requested to just go now. Did you want? You look like you wanted to see the innovation, didn't you? You did.
All right, thank you very much. Could I please have Natachi on stage, please? Let's give her a round boom. Welcome. Can I have Bosi Bori on stage? Can I please have Veronica Shiroya? Eric Wamugu? Penda Fal? And Alicia Olago. All right. Thank you very much. I would like to open the floor to allow you to introduce yourself and then tell us about your innovation. So we're going to start with you, Natachi. Please introduce yourself and your innovation in a few words.
Hi, my name is Natachi. I am the CEO and founder of the Indaza Collective, which has brought to the market Braiding Nairobi. This is an app in which customers can request hair braiders to their homes in real time.
Thank you very much, yes, Bosibori.
Hello, my name is Bosibori. I'm the founder of AfriTales and Artistry, and it's a storytelling organization. So we're telling stories for Africans by Africans, and focusing on specifically telling stories about the deaf community, and yeah, just to create awareness and bridge the gap between the people with the hearing community and the people with hearing impairment.
Yes, Alicia.
Hello, everyone. I'm Alicia Olago. I'm an environmental scientist and also a researcher, not a founder like the wonderful ladies beside me, but I run an initiative that locally assembles and develops sensors to monitor environmental pollution to be able to provide actionable information to citizens in African cities.
Yes, Veronica.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Veronica Shiroya. I'm a lawyer by profession, and I'm a member of Safe Online Women, a community-based organization that is aiming to create a positive impact by leveraging technology. We have a mobile app called Safer Women. Safe Her is a mobile application which is still under development, that we aim to use it to just bridge in the digital gender divide and create an environment, a digital environment that is secure for women.
Thank you. Yes, Penda, please introduce yourself. Oh, yes. She's going to be speaking in French, so you can listen on the English channel. Thank you. Yes.
Hello?
Yeah.
Donc, bonjour à toutes et à tous. Je m'appelle Penda Fall et je viens du Sénégal. Notre innovation Hello. OK. Donc, je disais que je m'appelle Penda Fall et je viens du Sénégal. Je suis ingénieure en sécurité informatique et fondatrice de Smart Weather, qui est une start-up dont notre innovation repose sur 3 éléments essentiels, à savoir un moniteur de qualité de l'air, un purificateur d'air automatisé et une application mobile qui accompagne les 2 dispositifs.
Thank you. Merci, merci. Yes, Eric?
Bonjour. Yeah, my name is Eric, and I'm a data technologist. And I'm a senior program manager for Data Lab at Code for Africa. And at Data Lab, I head Data Lab to turn unstructured and raw data and turn it into actionable insights and other actionable data products as well, just to empower citizens across Africa to empower them and develop their communities and get insights about their communities. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. So today, what we're having is a light conversation, because when we go outside, you have an opportunity to go really in depth with the innovators. So please relax. I'm not going to ask very complicated questions, and I want us to have a conversation. So, Veronica, when did you know you had an idea that was worth betting on?
Thank you for the question. So, as we're living in a very digitalized world right now, a world where we depend on technology and the internet to work, to study, as much as the internet is here for the good, but we have seen the rippling effects that has caused on, especially on harassment.
When we're talking about harassment and the group that is
and the group that is most affected by the online harassment, trolling, and sexual exploitation in the internet spaces tend to be women. And with that, we have seen that there is lacking the innovative measures that are lacking to address these problems that are facing our girls in the internet spaces. Even the laws that are there, they are very lacking. We have the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act. We have, they're providing provisions on cyber harassment, but we've not seen them addressing specifically women. And that's when we knew we had a job to do, and that job is to leverage technology and make an innovation that will create a secure space, an environment for women.
Thank you very much. That is very insightful. Yes, Natachi, how did you know you had an idea worth betting on?
I think the idea came to me in a way that's a little bit different than most entrepreneurs. I didn't think I would ever be an entrepreneur. What ended up happening is I was interviewing hair braiders, I was telling their stories, and I saw the lacks, I saw the gaps in the space. I saw an opportunity for these hair braiders to gain access to a much wider community and environment. And I think that honestly, it was seeing the impact of storytelling on these women. I would write articles about them, publish them, and over half of the women that I wrote stories on would receive an influx of customers. And to me, that proved that storytelling works. And so that's kind of where I got the idea of combining storytelling and data to create a platform that connects customers to hair braiders.
Thank you very much. Yes, Bosibori?
For me, it's very unconventional how I got to this. I was unemployed. My job ended. I'm at home, have nothing to do. But I wasn't happy with corporate, what I was doing, because I have a background in finance, and I'd worked in analysis, sales analysis, data analysis, financial analysis. But I was miserable with the routine work. So at home, I decided to try to do something that I've always loved to do, which is art. As a child, I knew I wanted to do an art exhibition. And in the process of figuring it out how I'm going to do it, by the way, Georgie was supposed to be my MC for my event. In my head, I was so delusional, but I didn't have a single cent. So I did the event, but he wasn't there. I didn't have a single cent, so I was even ashamed to reach out to him. But in my head, that's the kind of ambition I had with my art exhibition. Then I had done sign language after high school. You see those things that you do when you're waiting to join uni? I did sign language. So I decided to attach the two things that I'm actually good at and try and see if it will make sense to the world. Fast forward, I did the event, and people removed their hard-earned money and paid for tickets and came for the art exhibition. The project was Sounds of Inclusion. So we're trying to speak about, the art exhibition was to showcase, speak about deafness. There was a panel talking about deafness. We shot a documentary, a story about a deaf man who taught me sign language. He's deaf, but he taught me sign language, and I'm hearing. So after the event, I was in shock. Like, people remove their money and come for this, so it means it makes sense. That's it, honestly.
Yes, Alicia. How did you know your idea was worth betting on?
So I will answer that question differently.
Mhm.
As I mentioned earlier, I am not the founder of why I'm sitting here.
Mhm.
I run a program. And I would say, so the initiative itself came up firstly because journalists were lacking data on air pollution and environmental pollution, right? So when they were writing up all these stories, there was no data to support what they were saying. And then it would seem like their stories or their reports or whatever is going on in the media space was actually not credible. So there is that aspect of it, and that's basically why this came up. But the bigger picture was we did not have anyone who was actually providing open data on air quality, or rather on environmental pollution in general within the continent. You would have to buy it, or you'd have to get these expensive machines that cost up to $10,000 from somewhere in the global north and bring them here. So there was no data, no expertise, no platforms that were really looking at having like a repository of all the data that speaks for the pollution and the environment within our continent.
Thank you. Yes, Penda, how did you know your idea was worth betting on?
Alors, pour nous, tout a commencé lorsqu'on a partagé notre premier...
We shared our prototype on the network. The publication reached big numbers of people who were interested to what we shared, and it was just a prototype, imagine, and we decided to go further to conduct research for the product, and we noticed that we don't have the equipment, the requirement element that to conduct that project, but we tried to look outside the country, but the cost was very expensive. But what encouraged us was the outcome, our feasibility studies, and we were able also to take that initiative and to try, and also we tested with the COVID during COVID era, and to come up with the initiative, the solution, the outcome to face to respond to the real challenge people are facing was about to see the impact of air toward our health.
Eric, how did you know your idea was worth betting on?
Yeah, sorry. I come from the same perspective as Alicia. So the idea is not mine, though I do spearhead the work around that. And I guess we all, most of us or all of us are familiar with the notion that, Africa is rising. But also true to the fact is Africa temperatures are rising, according to the global warming trends and all of that. And what we had then, is the lack of data to kind of, verify that, also in the African context, as well as also know, the prevalence of these, climate change mainly in Africa. And we worked together with Alicia, and, some of, what we kind of thought will be, why don't we, in the spirit of Africa rising, why don't we actually implement, as innovators, implement some of these, like predictive models, because we are using like deep learning to utilize some of these, data as much as, it's kind of sparse, and, like minimum viable data, as I may call it, as we gather much more data. So why don't we kind of leverage the small we have and see the kind of results we have, as well as we also do capacity building in terms of infrastructures, as the same thing we're doing with sensors to kind of, expand these data collection initiative so that we can now support the, more accurate predictive models going forward.
Thank you very much. I think we can all see that lack creates opportunity. We can hear it from the stories of the innovators. So now we're going to dive a little bit deeper into hearing how the innovations intersect with all the issues that we're currently dealing with around data and technology. So I'm going to start from my left, my right. Natachi, how does intersectionality of online safety and owning the African narrative through storytelling shape the direction of growth for Braiding Nairobi?
Yeah, I think the way that I am interpreting this question is that data safety is quite a bit about data knowledge. And so what we want to do is create a space in which braiders know exactly the information that they are providing to tell their story, who they are telling their story to, and know the fact that they are putting it into a safe space. We believe that the only real way to tell the African narrative is to start at the individual. Give people the empowerment and the platform to tell their story, and do so through data. So at Braiding Nairobi, we are encouraging people to part ways with the data that is necessary to tell their story, put it on a platform that they know is safe, they know is secure, and use that data to propel them forward financially.
Thank you very much. I will then move on to Bosibori. Could you briefly explain how diverse representation in technology has influenced Afritel's strategic approach?
Afritel's strategic approach is part and parcel with technology. Afritel's, as I said, is just basically a storytelling company. However, we do leverage technological platforms, and from YouTube to digital platforms such as YouTube, Instagram, to showcase short stories about deaf people. And we are very intentional about those stories, so they are hero stories about deaf people, and not necessarily deaf people, people in the deaf community. So that will include innovators, they might not necessarily sign language interpreters, such as the gentleman interpreting there. Yes, such people are part of the deaf community one way or another. So we are telling inclusive stories using technological platforms. Other than that, we do partner with organizations in the deaf tech space, for example, Signverse, which uses smart technology to directly bridge the gap in communication. So if you were to speak to a deaf person, it will interpret it in sign language, and if they were to sign, it will interpret back to words that you can hear. So, and presence of partnering and telling stories about organizations like Deaf Elimu Plus, which is a deaf dictionary founded by Hudson Asiema, who's deaf. Such people, partnering with them, partnering with organizations that are embedded in the tech space, puts us at a central point where we are providing information and highlighting what they're doing.
Storytelling starts with the individual. That was very key for me. And creating inclusive technologies through storytelling platforms. You can already see that there is interlinkages between the two works that these innovators are doing. So imagine once you have those conversations with them out there, what more synergies we can create. Alicia, what emerging technologies do you see as a game changer in addressing climate change? And also maybe tell us how you're incorporating these innovations in your work.
Okay, I would say sensors. So sensors, for those who don't know, if you've gone to the bathroom to wash your hands, the tap is actually opening just because you're making motion around there. That's working with the same idea of a sensor. So I would say one emerging technology would be sensors, and more so because most of these technologies that can give us data that we need to inform our mitigation and adaptation strategies within the different countries, they are very costly, right? But an example of using sensors, and when I say sensors, I mean low-cost sensors, a sensor that can be built with roughly maybe under $500, it is possible, right? And then have it collect different weather parameters like air parameters. So maybe it can collect temperature, you can collect data on humidity, collect data on particulate matter. I don't know if anyone knows what that is, but all these things can then be used to inform other conversations, and that's only on the sensors. Another one I think that needs to roll out as much as the sensors is drones. We can do so much with drones. I think there's a perception that drones are something that's for kids and for fun and all that. It also can give us so much information because of the areas it can cover in real time, right? There's a possibility to actually embed a sensor on a drone and be able to check the quality of your water, quality of your air, to do some work on noise pollution or like noise data. So the two of them together then again gives you so much data that can speak for other things. We can even go further to look at what drones can do in the agricultural space, since all Africans, agriculture is like our backbone, right? And we want to make sure we can increase crop production. We want to monitor what's going on with our bees, our insects, our land mammals, all this biodiversity that then supports agricultural productivity. We want to look at that. We can do that with drones. Another technology I think that needs to, again, be supported with the other two is satellites, right? So satellites, again, this is another thing that's looked at like a technology that's just the solar system, Venus and Mars. No, the data that comes from it on allowing us to look at the ground and see what's happening, it can give us very valuable information on what's going on with human activity and how we are impacting our environment, and then how that then contributes to climate change, right? So if there was a way for us to have the three together, right? Work with sensors, have the sensors on the drones, use the drones as well, and then have the satellite data, and this like triad of data coming on together, I feel like we can have so much information to be able to inform what we want to do on the ground, whether it's seeing how we're going to do more reforestation in places where we've lost forest cover, how we're going to contribute to our agriculture sector, and also just looking at urban planning spaces. How are we going to introduce non-motorized transport? We can use drones to look at movement of people. We can still use the air quality sensors to say, this street has so much pollution. Let's reduce it. Let's have more cycling on this side. Let's reduce the number of vehicles that are emitting all these pollutants. So for me, those three are something we need to take on board. And the price also allows CSOs and NGOs and even governments to kind of invest in them and see how far they can go towards supporting their climate action initiatives.
Thank you very much. Cost-effective solutions, drones, satellites, sensors. Actually, Code for Africa has a sensor in their booth. You can actually go and see it, and they'll do a demo for you. How cool is that? Veronica, can you tell us about how principles of feminist internet intersect with the Safe Online app?
So before I go to the principles themselves, as I was saying earlier, we've seen the internet. Like, I was reading about the study. It was a Girl Guide survey. It's a UK survey that revealed that since 2009, the happiness of a woman, of a girl, has dropped over the years, and it's at lowest in 2024. And why is it so? Because we've seen women being trolled in the internet spaces, women being sexually harassed in the online spaces. We've seen women, like you just want to post an innocent picture or an innocent video, but it will backfire on you and people will start body shaming you out of nowhere. And if you have something to say, you want to express yourself, it is being shunned down. And we've seen with that, women have really taken a back seat when it comes to expressing themselves in the online spaces. We have become more of dormant or passive participants in the online space because we don't want the retaliation that is facing us. And also we have seen the red pills conversations, the rise of misogynistic conversation and podcasts. We're talking of people like Andrew Tate, and here in Kenya we have people like Amerix. And you see such things really have the ripple effects on women. And unfortunately, it's not just remaining in the digital realm. This harassment is seeping through the physical spaces, because you see most women tend to suffer depression out of this sexual harassment. Women tend to suffer mental health, and even in some communities, let's say for example, there is the revenge porn, some communities will do the honor killing. So we see it's not just a problem that remains on social media, it's also affecting our physical lives. And that's where the feminist internet principles come in, because the online application that we are developing as Safe Online Women, Save Her, is founded on the feminist internet principles, and one of them is protection. We aim to protect women in the online spaces. How do we protect them? This app will have the safeguards of educational materials, because many people don't even know about their rights, the digital rights. They don't know that they can actually report it. They can actually report someone and have their matter heard. We provide educational materials to empower women to know their rights, to know how to navigate the digital spaces safely. Another one, we have privacy. We are big on protecting a woman's privacy in the online spaces, and also expression. And as I said earlier, as more women are getting backlash in the online spaces, they're taking a backseat. They tend to not express themselves as before, and this is really affecting women's life. We're talking of educational resources that are online, and if a woman is taking a backseat from being online, their prospects in education, in the job market, which are now online, they're being diminished. So we are all about just empowering the girl that is out there in the internet space to actually have a say, to express themselves in the internet space. And we also have the participation. We encourage women to participate, to have a voice. If there is, right now there are all talks about protest. We encourage women, we are encouraging women that, okay, you are also supposed to participate in the online space, and that's where the foundational of the Safer app comes in, the feminist internet principles that aim to secure the woman in the online space and empower her.
Thank you very much. Powerful words. Securing women in the online space, educational resources to empower women, and participation. Yes, Penda. How important are collaborations between the private sector, academia, and government in advancing climate technology solutions? And if you can provide one example of such a successful partnership.
Merci pour cette passionnante et importante question.
Passionate and important question. I think it's a question that could be the subject of a whole thesis, but I'll try to be very brief and summarize. I think Madame mentioned a little bit about this subject. Collaboration today between the private sector, the academia, and the public sector is indispensable to create innovations in the climate space, because each stakeholder brings something to the table. The private sector today brings, or it has the capacity to create innovations by providing financial resources and the technology to create innovations that we can use at a large scale level. Now, the academia on its part can play also a very important role in the development. They can do research that is necessary, scientific research, and which will be applied in these innovations. And especially the training of the next generation of leaders and experts in this field. Training is very important today in order to progress. And finally, the public sector can also create a favorable environment to innovation. They can also give grants that can help us set up programs for investment, support programs that could today support innovations that will be applicable to help find local solutions to our needs in Africa. When it talks about examples of partnership, I could give many, but I'll give the one from Senegal Solar, which is a project which brought together the private sector, University of Sheikh Anta Diop in Dakar, and the public sector to provide solar solutions in many regions of Senegal. Today, this project has allowed over 1.5 million people to have sustainable electricity and especially reduce carbon emissions by 200,000 tons per year. So the collaborations are important for innovation to have impact and also to find local solutions, be it in agriculture, energy, and especially to fight against climate change. So this collaboration is indispensable.
1.5 million people reached in partnerships, right? We heard from her that partnerships are indispensable to innovation, trainings, and keyword, favorable environments. How many of us come from favorable environments? No one. None. How many of us can say their countries have favorable environments for innovation? Which country? Uganda? Ghana? Nigeria? So only 3. I heard Zimbabwe and the answer is no. Anyway, yes, Eric, how can climate technology innovations be designed to ensure equitable access and benefit all communities, especially the vulnerable populations?
Thank you for that question. And I will refer back to an insight that Irene shared in the earlier session, that in the coming decades, and that's not far-fetched, that's around maybe 25 years coming, Africa is going to be the largest producer of food, distributing that food, globally. But then again, that's kind of being jeopardized by, some of the climate effects, some of the climate factors like rising temperatures. And what happens, with some of these effects of climate, it's there's kind of reduced crop, productivity, and that crop productivity as well is, it's affected by, the pest diseases that are being affected by, our rising temperatures, and not only on, on matters like diseases and pests, but we also go to productivity, because a lot of the rising temperatures, they kind of lower productivity of farmers and laborers, and that's have a direct impact on the on the food production in the continent. And there's a lot of reports that about the effects of droughts across the continent, and our data says drought alone has affected almost 90 million people in Africa in the year 2022. So we can see how prevalent that kind of issue is. And going back to how do we then safeguard like our productivity in regards to agriculture and all. So some of these will come from how do we understand the historical trends, of climate, both from the precipitation, that's rainfall and temperatures and all. And just to give like a good, a good context on that is, the US and the EU combined, they have like 636 weather radar stations, just to kind of, what you kind of doing, to measure these data points on that. But these 636 weather data is for a population of 1.1 billion across the US and EU, but only for a population of 1.2 billion in Africa, which is slightly more than the US and EU combined. For a population of 1.2 billion people in Africa, we just have 37 functional weather radars, in Africa. So that kind of gives you the context, of how scarce and how, the kind of data gaps we are trying to deal with. And that kind of brings us to, how then do we build capacity, to kind of fill in these data gaps. And we had like a foresight on that at Code for Africa a few years ago, and that's how the Sensors, project came in. How do we kind of, build onto these data gaps, that we have in Africa? But then again, on top of that, how do we make sure these data sets, are kind of leverage for other stakeholders, by researchers, by everyone who wants to use these data sets? So we do have like a platform called Open Africa, and it's the largest volunteer-driven data liberation platform in Africa, where we're trying to kind of liberate data across different types of data across Africa. And the reason for that, a lot of people, they sell, the shovels, So, but for us, we're not only kind of building these platforms, that people kind of, host data, open data sets, under the Creative Commons license that is reusable. But how else do we kind of, leverage these shovels to actually, dig for the gold, not just sell the shovels, in the gold rush? The gold rush being, like the data, and all of that. But how do we actually use these, shovels to actually dig for the gold? And for us, digging for the gold means like utilizing that data sets, the data sets that we're actually liberating, to try and get more insights, on like the climate trends and all of that. And that's where we came, with the initiative to do like, climate modeling using predictive, deep learning, predictive analysis, a model called CNN, that's convolutional neural networks. And even with that kind of minimal data, it still kind of gives us a bit of insights that will support even policymakers get towards the Paris Agreement. And the Paris Agreement, it's an agreement that came in around 2015, 2016, where globally we aim to keep the the rise of the temperatures by at least at most 2 degrees, at most 2 degrees since the pre-industrial eras, but favorable more on 1.5 degrees. But from the trends we've been seeing so far from the predictive models, as well as from the historical data analysis, is between 1950 and the year 2010s in Kenya alone, we've had an increase of 0.8 degrees, and that's that's kind of scary, because the rate of temperature rising, from the recent decades is at a way much faster rate than from the historical times. So that kind of means that we need to kind of support policymakers with actual accurate data more, and not only kind of relying on like the sparse data sets, but also in collaboration with other initiatives and other stakeholders like Sensors Africa, to have more localized and have more granular and localized data sets, whereby you can accurately and confidently, do like a predictive models, for like just the Nairobi area alone, or even a certain ward within Nairobi. And I'll give a very good example, actually from a country that Georgie doesn't believe it's a country, that Wales. And yeah, so I guess in 2020, there was kind of these continual updates during summer in the UK, where they had the hottest, summer in the UK, and they were pretty accurate, they were pretty accurate. And this kind of, announcements for extreme events and extreme hits, you really need real-time and localized data sets, and we can't have that, we can't have that if we have like lacking some of these, even skills, skills within us, and even these data sets within us. And a good example actually manifested during the last few months, where we had like, fatal floods, extreme floods in Kenya, right? And some of the forecast, that were actually being, being communicated by the media and not the media, like, the Meteorological Department of Kenya, were kind of like guessworks, whereby like they would actually give like a prediction or maybe like a forecast, and it comes to, something totally, maybe different. But, that kind of shows that, we actually need to leverage, much more data sets. And as I think Alicia has mentioned, we just don't rely on, like maybe one source of data set, like the satellite imagery. And a good example on that is, for something like climate modeling, yeah? So you can't always rely on something, one source of data set, like climate, for like satellite imagery, because what it sees, it sees the clouds formation. Maybe if it's about, you're focusing about rainfall, it sees about, like it might rain tomorrow, but it doesn't kind of give the the ground data, like how much rain did it actually fall, and for how long, and for what intensity. So you have to combine like several different sources of data sets, satellite imagery, from sensors data, and all of that to to have a holistic and much more accurate model on that. And that kind of just helps the the people kind of know how to best prepare for the eventualities.
Thank you very much. Understanding historical trends, data liberation, and we've all heard from him about the effects of drought. Bobina, how are we looking on time? 10 minutes, okay. So, to wrap up, and to allow also the participants to come see you in the tents for networking, I would like for you to, in using one point, in a very few seconds, what advice would you give to individuals or teams looking to develop their own tech for good in Africa solutions? Yes, Natachi.
I think finding the problem is important. I think that oftentimes when we're trying to find problems or we're trying to find solutions, we are looking almost entirely inwards. How would I want this problem to be solved? Making sure that you're talking to your stakeholders, making sure you're talking to the actual people who will be using your product, the actual people who your product will help. That's the number one piece of advice I would give to people looking to kind of create things in the social good space.
Talking to the community. Yes, Posibori, what advice would you give?
The advice I will give is try, aside from talking to the community, collaborate with them. Leverage on partnerships that you can get from local communities because they understand the best that community that you want to serve. And at the end of the day, ensure that the solution that you're giving is inclusive and sustainable because you want 30 years from now to enjoy the privileges that you're enjoying right now, courtesy of the previous people, ensuring every sector of the environment is sustainable and inclusive. Yeah.
Inclusive and sustainable solutions. Yes, Alicia.
I would say start where you are. Don't think too much. Just begin. And on the technology side, there are so many free and open courses that you can use to then inform whatever it is you want to do. So remove the money aspect, like all innovators. I feel like that's always where we stumble. Forget about the money. Start where you are. You will end up finding support that will rally you to wherever it is you're trying to get to.
Start where you are. Yes, Veronica, what advice would you give?
So my advice is, first of all, look at the problem, understand the problem. What is you're trying to solve. Let's say, for example, here in Africa, we have so many intersectionalities. We have marginalized communities. We have different tribes. We have different cultures. So it's not a matter of importing a technology from maybe the Western world and expecting it to work here effectively. So I would say understand the people you are trying to help in this situation. And then the second one, just leverage technology. Technology is here to stay, and technology is here to serve humanity. And we should use it to the maximum to actually protect our rights and advance our interests as people. And also the last one is just stay committed to it. You know, starting is always the easiest part. But how do you stay committed to something and make sure that you have the objective that you had in mind while starting something, you're committed to it to make sure that you've actually leveraged it to the good of humanity.
Thank you very much. Leveraging technology and staying committed. Yes, Penda, what advice would you give?
Alors, je vais rejoindre les conseils de mes précédentes.
What my predecessor said, I think after having identified the problem, you need to concentrate on a single issue. Don't try to resolve everything at the same time. We have very many problems in Africa, and we wish to find solutions to all. But if you want to try to find solutions for everything, you'll be lost. So focus on one problem and find the best solution for it. And also listen to feedback from the users. That's very important, because the problem that you're trying to solve could be different from the expectations of the user. So it's very important to listen to feedback from the users and also do continuous tests. And collaboration is also very important, because today, as a technician and you're working in the health sector, it is indispensable to work with health professionals. For example, in our case, we provide solutions to improve air quality. We know how to develop the technology, we know how to analyze data, but we don't know how to interpret it. At some point, you have to work with the health professionals so that they give us information on how to interpret data that we've collected, to know at what level the air is polluted, when it is normal, and this collaboration is very important also.
Then focusing on one problem and listening to the users. Yes, Eric, one piece of advice.
There's a lot of mention around collaboration, and I believe, speaking as a data technologist, what would foster collaboration, more so for socio and international development, is one word: open. Open access, open data, open source, and open liberation of all the technologies we're trying to build and data sets and all of that. So one word: open, and that will open up the collaborations that we aspire to.
Open source technology. Thank you very much. Do I have any burning questions? Yes. There's a question at the back. Is there another question? Second one? Okay, 2 questions. All right.
Thank you for the one. Okay, thank you for that. Both of them? Okay, my name is Federico Diambo. I work with the Economic and Social Rights Center. It's a human rights organization that advocate for right to health and economic and social rights, right? So I work with adolescent girls, and my question goes to Veron. Is there any innovation working on that we have a lot of issues with sexual harassment at workplace. And it's something that we are not talking about because we are worried, the girls are worried of losing their livelihoods. And most of these innovations, the point where you can report harassment, and then from there, the legal team can take that responsibility. But now there's an aspect that's missing on the protection of these girls from livelihoods, and that's where the problem starts, because they fear to report even on those technologies that have been developed, because they feel like at the end of the day they have to lose their livelihood. Is there a way that you guys are working on innovation, especially on PV, to protect these young girls? Because it's a problem that even some of us have undergone in this room, and it's a major issue among adolescent girls, and we have to address it from technology point of view, because now our systems are not working for reporting, considering the fact that most of perpetrators are supervisors and are the same people who are supposed to be responsible for employment of these girls.
So thank you for that. I would say the innovation is SafeHer, the app that we are developing. It has features such as reporting features. Let's say, for example, someone has encountered sexual harassment. They have a safe space where they can come and report their incidents, of where we have a team of lawyers such as myself. We have a team of counselors to counsel them whenever they're in need. And from there, we take upon litigation matters and actually get to represent them in court. Another thing that we do is we advise on policies. Let's say, for example, against sexual harassment policies. I understand that you've said that it's the very same supervisors that are supposed to be implementing these things that are, being perpetrators. But we have the sexual harassment policies that actually encourage organizations to put them across, that in case such a thing happens, employees should be open to come and report such incidents to the top management for the greater good of the organization. And also in the app we have educational materials. Let's say, for example, your right, according to the Employment and Labor Relations Court, you have the right to actually not being sexually harassed in the workspace. And if such a case occurs, you can report the matter, you can institute a legal case against the company to be reimbursed in case such a thing happens.
Oh, thank you. I'll take one question. Oh, one question. Okay, so yeah, we start with you.
Okay. Thank you very much to the panel before us. Really great insights. I love all the contributions. I was mostly drawn to the first two ladies. And I'll start with the first one. The first initiative towards ensuring that people who are hard of hearing, my name is Penina Susan Igaga. I've really gotten into, my name is Penina Susan Igaga, and I manage the team of lawyers at Barefoot Law. And for me, inclusion is key. And so even in our runnings, the organization, the people who reach out to us, our main point is not leave anyone behind. And that's why I've really gotten drawn to yours where it comes to inclusion of people who are hard of hearing. I think it's a very beautiful initiative. So I think my question would be the value. I would like some clarity on the value addition to this initiative. When we bring them together, the people who are hard of hearing in the realm or in art, are you open to collaborating with people beyond even art? Because some of these people, one of their main concerns is because of their concern being hard of hearing, they tend to have certain rights, the lawyer in me, they tend to have certain rights that are infringed on a lot, and they may not be able to to enjoy some of these things that ideally other people would be able to enjoy? Is that something that you can look into, collaborating with people in the other sectors? And I think the same question also comes to braiding. It's Braiding Nairobi?
Yes.
Yes. Comes to Braiding Nairobi. I love that. We have a braider in our family, braided by Malaika. She's on Instagram. And I see what she does with the girls who are in her. For her, she's an entrepreneur. But you really see the impact that she has on the girls. One of the times I asked her if she considered moving to a bigger place. And her answer was, most of the girls come from around this area. If I move away and move to a more uptown, so for her it was more about the livelihoods of these girls. If I move to a more uptown place, what will happen is that I'm taking away their livelihood. So the same question comes to you, the value addition in the initiative, Braiding Nairobi. I really love the initiatives, alongside all the others, of course. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would you like to start and then any order that you prefer?
You can start because you had the first question. Okay. You asked about. You can hear me?
Yes.
You asked about how the value addition and how we can include them better. Yeah. So AfriTales tells stories, and we do it in three forms. We do it in two forms: art exhibitions and shooting documentaries. And I said we're very intentional about telling stories hero stories, people in the deaf community that are achieving whatever they're achieving, irrespective of the barriers that have been put in place. One. Two, through the art exhibitions, it gives room for the deaf community who are invited and a part and parcel of the event. The intention is to even have more of them showcase their art. From the previous event, I met a few artists who are deaf. So the aim is to create a space where people in the hearing community and in the deaf community interact, break those barriers, because there's usually a communication barrier that makes us unable to interact with each other. And beyond anything else, use that data that we've collected and the information that we are presenting creatively, but it's data at the end of the day, use it for mentorship. So our goal is to visit deaf high schools and inform them of the potential there is, show them what awaits them as we lobby for them to be able to access tertiary education, because there is a gap between transition between finishing a secondary education and joining university. And that renders them unskilled. Most of the schools, higher learning institutions offer dictate for them to go to do tailoring or carpentry. Yet most of them are smarter than that. They have so much potential, they can do so much more, but they're not allowed to do it. So our aim is to use every information we have, even show them Signverse, anything that is within the deaf community that is promoting inclusivity, to show these communities to show these students what awaits them and educate them on what could be. That is it.
Thank you. I hope you could we all hear her? Okay, perfect. Yes.
I'll answer your question as briefly as possible because I know we're running short on time. But I think that the point that you made of, not bringing the work outside of where the braiders can access so as not to hinder their livelihood is exactly why we created Braiding Nairobi. We created Braiding Nairobi because these women were lacking access to markets outside of their immediate realm. Okay, what does that mean? Some of these women don't have social media platforms, and that's where a lot of people find their braiders. Some of these women don't have Google pages, right? And so what we're doing is we're handling the logistical difficulties of bringing these women to their customers. We handle the transportation. We work with a transportation company. We handle the advertising. We handle basically bringing their stories to life and to hopefully thousands of customers. And so what we hope to do is take these women where they are at, and if they are open to it, bringing them to the paying customer, bringing them to an increased livelihood, making it so that they are able to, even if they're working under a salon, maybe one day make the money to branch out of that salon and have another salon on our platform. So what we hope to do is bring the braiders out and into the world, both physically, but also electronically, digitally.
Thank you. I have the last two questions because we're short on time. Yes, and then there. Then, yeah.
My name is Howie from Kijiji. My question is because of the learning issues that we've learned from the historical context of the Silicon Savannah, is the issue of oversaturation of innovations. And that becomes a very big problem because each and every hour we see a lot of innovations coming in. My big point in innovation would be, how can we take note of all the innovations, then collaborate them together and become an access point of what you're selling? And that has become very possible with the use of AI. I want to also hear from my sister from speaking French, because I want to hear how they've been how they've been able to do that differently, and even everybody that is here, because that is the threat. Because you can find that you're able to present your model here, but how does it grow? And then the last thing is that I've not heard much about the localization part in terms of language, in terms of identity, in terms of the constituents that you target. I know it has come out in the braid one a bit, but I want to hear more about that. Thank you.
Okay, so I think that we'll hand over this question to Penda. So what are your thoughts around oversaturation and serving the communities? So what are your thoughts on that?
Je dirais que ça rejoint
that links to the discussion we had before on collaboration and partnerships. Today, it's true that innovations are too many, saturated. There are many people who are bringing solutions. Certain solutions are compatible, and others respond to different thematics. But I think that with the data, with AI, we can today put in place platforms that could allow collaboration. Today, for example, what we're doing and what they are doing, what she's doing are very compatible, and we can collaborate. They are in Kenya, we are in Senegal, and we are unique in Senegal. And this collaboration could help us to develop much more powerful solutions that will help us to respond to our needs at a larger scale. Today, we're not going to limit ourselves to work in Senegal or even in Kenya only, but even go beyond Africa. And this will be possible if we can put in place platforms that will allow us to collaborate, whatever the geographical zones, so that we can provide concrete solutions. And I think that's it. That's what I had to add. Respond.
We are left with literally 3 minutes, so as brief as possible, and then we can round up.
Merci. Moi, c'est Nadine Campire. Je suis des
Campire from DRC. My question goes to the lady in a pink dress. I'm very proud of the work that you're doing and the innovations that you're doing. In Francophone Africa, we have a very serious problem of scammers. So as technologies are changing. There are also conmen and scammers that are creating means to rob people. In Francophone Africa, we have a system where people are robbing our feelings. There are scammers who ask for your nudes and they publish them online, and many people have committed suicide. So I wish to know if your platform, how many countries in Africa, it's addressed to the lady in the pink scarf. We know that in our country, the police, for them to investigate, we are never able to find solutions. So if we need to involve Interpol, what do you do to have data from other countries and to defend these victims of online sexual harassment? Thank you.
Veronica. 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Okay, so if I understood the question, you're trying to say what are the enforcement mechanisms that are there? Unfortunately, that is still lacking, especially I would say we're living in a patriarchal society, and most police officers are men, tend to be men, and most of women tend not to be believed when they come reporting something. It's not, especially when it comes to online harassment, it's not taken as something that is really serious. So I would say that is very lacking, and that is something that we're working towards. That's why we're here advocating for these rights. We are actually trying to empower everyone so that they can know this is something that is lacking outside there. We should also always push this agenda as a community to protect our girls in the online spaces. You also mentioned something about, is it Africa? Like other countries as well. I would say our innovation is first starting here in Kenya. We are aiming to concentrate first here in Kenya, trying to go to every county. We have 47 counties, so we're trying to see how we can penetrate all the counties, especially the marginalized counties, before we venture outside Kenya. That's what I would say.
Thank you very much. Could we please give our innovators a round of applause, please? Thank you very much for sharing the space with us and telling us your innovations. Please, 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 if you'd like to set up a meeting with them, grab them now. We've got 2 tents. Those are innovators networking tents. You can set up meetings with them. They've got booths. I think they've got goodies as well. Some of them have got goodie bags. So please, please be in conversation with them. And thank you, everyone. Yes. So thank you, everyone. That was our innovators talk.
Yes. Braining Nairobi is on the App Store, and our tent is there. Yeah. Okay.
Bosibori, I won't forget you came on a panel and said I didn't attend your event. Tell me when the next one is. That one you have my word. Okay. So I'm not going to take up too much time. Lunch is at exactly the same venue. So we're advised to all go and then wrap up and be in the breakout rooms at exactly 2, since time has really rushed. Buvina, I'm sorry. Tomorrow we only have breakaway sessions from morning, so please check the agenda as we have some changes. Just check the website. I cannot stress this enough. The weather has been very funny, extremely funny, so please, please, please. We need you until the end of the forum, also after, but until the end of the forum, and there will be tea as well, even served today, so please at the end of the sessions. Just keep as warm as possible. We've been seeing the tweets, the videos, all the pictures online using the hashtag DataFest Africa 24. So we appreciate everyone that has been engaged. Please, please, please enjoy your lunch. Thanks, everyone. In case of any questions, please just feel free to ask the team outside as well.